obsessed with you in a way I can't believe. When you wipe your tears, do you wipe them just for me? I hope the trap boys your type, why? Cause I don't have a 9 to 5. Alright, I get that your standards high, but I'm not a random guy, I'm different, literally. When I write my rhymes, you say you don't like that line, I'll switch it. You said you don't like my life, you said you don't like my guys, you're tripping, you're tripping. I wanted you today, I was in the Alright. I want to take things away from my heart. Every time you found it's only I would die. When you wipe your tears, do you wipe them just for me? Bad one, she photogenic. Alright. Instagram got a lot of impressions. She think I'm a G and I don't need love, but I need some form of affection. If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? Man, I got 21 questions. In the trap with the cat's domestic, she doing lashes, something cosmetic. They shot their shot, she read it, they slid in the DM with something generic. She don't even like going out, got a new outfit, but nowhere to wear it. Alright. She think that I'm being this loyal when I'm in the street with a couple of killies. You ain't gotta worry about none of these hoes, I'm grown, I'm done with these bitches. Your hands under my pillow, so I sleep. And I'm dreaming of you, the roses on my feet. I'm obsessed with you in a way I can't believe. When you wipe your tears, do you wipe them just for me? I hope the trap boys your type, why? Cause I don't have a 9 to 5. Alright, I get that your standards high, but I'm not a random guy, I'm different, literally. When I write my rhymes, you say you don't like that line, I'll switch it. You said you don't like my life, you said you don't like my guys, you're tripping, you're tripping. Do you wipe them just for me? I'm trying to on my knees, please. It's your touch that I need. What's up? How is everybody? I'm back for a little bit at least. I don't know how long.
Rolling in the mud?
I'll be here. But I did get the call to come back for a bit. Oh, hello. No, I just need to recap. Refresh, start fresh. But I'm here. I'm glad to see you. Different vibe, different mood though, can you tell? A little bit. No, I'm glad you're here. I think I might move this to the living room. I do need to eat, you're right. But I need to think about it and smoke a few bowls first. It's been pretty chill here. I'm hearing a Mr. Ballin. Let's see what Mr. B has going on. Maybe? More cats, and it's not a big deal for them to be. Randy. Oh, cranky. Funny. Let's just get rid of you. Why are people so angry and cranky? I would like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. You know, my baby, that's not safe for you, you sweet little nugget. You're just a sweet little cutie clone. Oh. I don't know about that. Maybe? Should we check it out?
Not physically, but
Maybe?
mentally. And I...
The Mentalist. I don't know if this is the vibe right now. Hold on. I love that as a candle. I already know where that's going to go. If I don't move you now.
Don't laugh. I heard that. I heard that too. Well, you're laughing. Yeah, because I heard you laugh randomly. Goofball. See, when you think of that, you'll forever have a little wisp of smoke seared into the back of your brain, won't you? I tried so hard to put it out so fast. Oh gosh. Let's do hold on. I hear Mine by Sleep. It's so loud in my ears. Again, I'm not mad at it. It's so pretty. It's loud. Just gonna play this while I figure out what else.
Paralyzed by my own will, I have waited. Paralyzed by my own will, viciously reminding me still, I'm born to believe, and I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course.
We're gonna nerd out for a minute. I think. Somebody's mad. Just relax. We're going to at least watch a few minutes of this.
Most people haven't, and that's part of the tragedy. Just days. Have you ever heard of America's worst maritime disaster? Most people haven't, and that's part of the tragedy. Just days after the end of the Civil War, a steamboat named the Sultana exploded in the darkness of the Mississippi River, killing more than 1,000 people, most recently released prisoners of war finally returning home. But how did such a catastrophe fade so quickly from the public memory? How could greed, corruption, and negligence lead to one of history's deadliest maritime disasters? And why did it become only a footnote in American history? We're traveling to Marion, Arkansas, home of the Sultana Disaster Museum, where dedicated historians preserve artifacts and first-hand stories from the survivors and victims of this terrible disaster. We'll explore the twisted events that put nearly 2,200 souls onto a riverboat built to carry a fraction of that number. Examine eyewitness accounts of courage and betrayal, and retrace the final, terrifying moments of the doomed vessel.
These were guys that had given their all for their country, had suffered through battle, through prison camp, were finally on their way home. More than half of them will lose their lives.
This story isn't entirely forgotten, but it is overlooked. Many have heard the name, yet few know the true story, or know beyond the myths and misinformation surrounding it. In this documentary, we're stripping away the legends and returning to the facts to finally tell the true story of America's worst maritime disaster as it deserves to be told. This is the wreck of the Sultana on Part-Time Explorer. As we look into the tragic story of the Sultana, I want to take a...
Oh no. Sorry. Clicked the wrong one. That was my bad.
The world's oceans are vast, unforgiving. Some exist only in legend, like the cursed Flying Dutchman. Forever.
Wait.
As we look into the tragic story of the Sultana, I want to take a moment to thank the sponsor who made this video possible, Historic Autographs. Just like the artifacts that we'll see from the Sultana, Historic Autographs specializes in bringing authentic pieces of history directly into your hands. In these trading card packs. Each pack of their trading cards doesn't just feature beautifully designed cards. Many contain real, authenticated relics related to the historic subjects that they're celebrating. For example, take a look at this incredible card that I have from the wreck of the SS Atlantic, something that my viewers will definitely appreciate. In their packs could be anything. In fact, some might contain pieces like this, an actual, genuine, handwritten relic by President Abraham Lincoln, someone we're going to be hearing a lot of in this story. But let's take a quick moment to open up one of their packs right here. I have no idea what's going to be in this one. These trading cards all have little biographies of famous or... Imagine the Mississippi River in
Had
this...
to give dude his little moment. Part-time explorer is the user handle. I'll link that down below again.
Of 1865. The war is over, just barely. The nation is bloodied, but breathing again. The river, once a
Lots of
battleground
music,
of the
lots of
Union
good.
and Confederate forces, is alive with traffic. Paddle wheel steamboats pushing upriver with passengers, freight, livestock, and soldiers returning home. Smokestacks rise over the muddy water, their engines thudding like a heartbeat across the river valley. These boats weren't just transportation. They were floating hotels,
No,
mobile
I'm glad
marketplaces,
you're back.
and a symbol of freedom for those heading
Sorry
home.
for the miscommunication.
This is the world that the Sultana sailed into, a time of hope, uncertainty, and fragile peace. And it's here, on these inland arteries of commerce and movement, that our story begins. The operation of riverboats on the Mississippi
I'll make some more
and
bread.
most of the interior waterways of America had a completely different culture from ocean liners of the Atlantic. You didn't see companies with large fleets running a packet service, although that did happen occasionally. More often than not, though, boats operated independently or with one other partner. The captains were significant shareholders, if not outright owners of the boats, and the government had very little oversight for safety and regulation. Prior to the American Civil War, states acted more independent of each other, and the United States was little more of a loose union of former colonies. The Mississippi River, which bordered several newly formed states and other territories that were still organizing, was still very much the frontier. Boats or steamboats operated as they pleased. Their passengers were at the mercy of their captain's honesty and competence. The lifespan of these boats was short. They lasted rarely more than 5 years, which is why, by the way, so few of them survive today. It's not necessarily due to accidents, although that did happen, but simply because most were built quick and cheap. Many of them followed a similar design, and names were often reused. Sultana, which means the wife of a sultan, was not the first boat to bear that name on the Mississippi River. It was actually the fourth, and the name holds a pretty strong legacy on the river. Boats with that name were often among the fastest, the largest, or both. The year was 1862. It was still early in the American Civil War, with the Confederacy pushing hard against the Union troops. The Battle of Antietam, the bloodiest single day of the war, was over with no clear winner, but Republican President Abraham Lincoln had issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves in the South are free. On the Western Front, the Mississippi River was held by Confederate forces, hostile to any boats, even civilian, coming from the North. But the blockade was already weakening. Commerce would continue between the North and South, even with the war still raging, as soon as the Confederate blockades were dealt with. In anticipation of this market reopening, 2 large steamers were under construction in Cincinnati, Ohio, at the boatyard of John Litherbury. Each one cost $60,000 to build, or over $1 million today. One of these vessels would become the Sultana. She was commissioned by a Captain Preston Ludwig and launched on January 2nd,
7 years ago. You're funny.
assembled a crew to operate it under his own command.
I know what that's from.
Furniture and ornate carvings were brought on board as she waited
Good one.
by the boatyard, as were the 2 engines and 4 boilers. These tubular boilers were highly efficient and took up less space than earlier designs, but if mismanaged, could be volatile. We'll go more into their operation later on. Sultana was 260 feet long, and like most steamers on America's rivers, she was a side wheeler, with 2 large wheels on either side. These wheels were 34 feet in diameter and 11 feet wide. She was built for passenger and cargo service, with even the shallow, rugged parts of the river in mind. Her hull was stiffened for protection from rocks and snares, and she drew a draft of only 5 feet when fully loaded. Here, let's step aboard the Sultana, now complete on the Ohio River and awaiting her trials and inspection. The hull of the boat was flat on top, creating the main deck, and the rest of the boat was built as a building on top of it. Boarding onto the main deck, we'd immediately see a staircase heading up for passengers to follow. Aft of that staircase are the 4 boilers, the 2 engines, and space for cargo and livestock. Ascending the stairs, we come to the passenger quarters. Forward is an open deck, a front porch, if you will, for passengers to lounge and relax, taking in the fresh air along the Mississippi River. The railings and overhang are ornately carved, like the porch of a sophisticated southern mansion. Moving aft, we enter the main saloon, a long open space that moves uphill with the curvature of the boat. Sultana's interior saloon was said to be one of the finest on the river at the time. This open space was a social hall with several large round tables doubling as a dining room for passengers. At the forward end of the saloon were 2 rooms with windows, one on the port, one on the starboard. On the port side was the purser's office, the boat's clerk who managed transactions, ticketing, and any other matters for the passengers. Sultana had a safe tucked in the corner of this room. On the starboard side is the boat's bar, serving drinks to passengers, whiskey, bourbon, beer, as well as tea and coffee. A curtain could be drawn, sectioning off the after end of the room as a private space for ladies to socialize, with a piano for parlor music performances in this after section. Along the outboard sides of the saloon were 38 staterooms, each with 2 berths in them. These staterooms had a door to the inner saloon and another door leading out onto the open deck. The cabins were basic, simply offering a quiet place to lie down and sleep on what could be a several-day voyage up or down the Mississippi.
Cream cheese.
Outfitted simply with a pitcher and bowl for water, these cabins appear to be sparse compared to the cabins on later steamboats and even ocean-going vessels. But for the early days of domestic river travel, this was considered luxurious. The paddle boxes extended up onto the cabin deck. The space near the wheels was too noisy and bumpy to place cabins, so these areas were allocated to the toilets, the pantry, and the kitchen. A small crew boat called a sounding yawl hung from the stern. Stairs along the outside led up to the hurricane deck. This deck was mostly open space for passengers to stroll or for additional bulk cargo storage. The raised roof of the saloon below is at the center of this deck. The 2 smokestacks tower high above, and since the boilers burn coal, glowing hot cinders often shot into the sky among the smoke clouds that billowed out. So the whole hurricane deck is covered in a fire protective coating to protect from falling embers. Built up from the raised roof in the middle, aft of the smokestacks, was the officers' quarters, a deck house commonly referred to as the Texas cabin.
I wondered about that too, Joe.
Each officer had his own stateroom, appointed similarly to the staterooms below for passengers. Finally, on top of the Texas cabin was the pilot house for controlling the boat. The pilot house had the giant boat's wheel, which controlled the rudder through a system of ropes running through the boat. The wheel was recessed into the floor for easier leverage and control from the pilots, who would stand on the side of the wheel to turn it. There were 2 speaking tubes, one on either side of the wheel. They both ran down to the same place, the engineer's position on the main deck, and gave the pilot direct communication with him. And there were two of them so that the pilot could communicate from whichever side of the wheel he chose to stand on.
From identify.
Sultana set off on her first voyage straight out of Cincinnati on the Ohio River on February 11th, 1863, with a cargo of freight bound for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But the steamboat couldn't get all the way up the river. Her tall smokestacks prevented her from passing under the bridge in Wheeling, West Virginia. Back then, it was just Virginia. So her cargo was dropped off in Wheeling, and a new job was sought. Right from the beginning of her career, the size and speed of the Sultana drew frequent, unwanted attention from the Union forces as the Civil War continued to rage. The federal government had the right to requisition any boat that they decided they needed in exchange for a
I hear this suddenly.
Wanna be a provider. Gonna you is silk like a spider. Roll or die, you bet I'm a rider. You're out of shell, you're a secret insider. I wanna be a provider. You're guiding her, you're a final decider. That bit of fuel to your fire, stoke your desire. Just let me know that you're mine. I wanna be a provider. I wanna be a provider. The last time we were each other, but I know I will now. My love, caught up on you. Do I wanna go there? Yes, I do. I wanna spend the rules. But you've been hitting my phone, so I wanna find everything good too. And I see you, yeah, I see you. The only bad body's been nice in the room. The only good girl this side of the moon. And you're the only game that I like to lose. Coming for the run back.
line pay. It was a paycheck, but significantly less than what they could be earning with civilian commerce. In between government contracts, Sultana worked hard to make a name for itself. She was fast, and Captain Ludwig was proud. The first time that the boat arrived in Memphis, Tennessee, 3 months into her career, Ludwig challenged two.
The good news, Joe, is I'm starting to develop an appetite and kind of starting to figure out what I want to break this fast with. So progress.
Steamboats to a race.
I'm not complaining. Let's keep smoking though. I'm going to. Feel free to join me. Ready?
River, the city of Alton, and the Belle, Memphis. The Sultana was the fastest, but as she steamed north along Kentucky, federal troops intercepted her and ordered her to carry soldiers back down to Memphis, a Confederate city that was now firmly in the hands of Union forces and a landing point for them as they pushed further into the South. Sultana had to forfeit the race, and the Belle Memphis, under the command of Captain James Mason, received the glory. Mason fiercely pursued glory every opportunity he could, and he'll be a prominent figure in the future chapters of Sultana's story. But in the meantime, the Sultana would now begin the most intense military campaign of her career. A week after requisitioning, the Sultana, her sister the Luminary, and 3 other boats are steaming down the Mississippi under escort of the Union gunboat Linden. The USS Linden was built as a commercial riverboat, but
yeah, but at least Perry the Platypus is cute.
deck was reinforced with armored plating, and 6 cannons were installed. She was used as a support vessel for Union forces operating in and around Vicksburg, Mississippi, and now was escorting the Sultana and 4 other boats into the city. On board these boats were hundreds of Union soldiers. In the lead of the formation was the steamboat Crescent City. As the boats rounded the bend around island number 82 in Arkansas, cannon fire rang out from the heavily forested island. A concealed battery of Confederate artillery had sprung an ambush, and shots tore through the Crescent City. The Linden maneuvered into firing position and opened up a bombardment on the hidden position, leveling trees and forcing the Confederate artillerymen to retreat. The boats came to a halt, and under covering fire from the Linden, Union troops were landed, likely off of the damaged Crescent City, who pursued the Confederates and forced them into submission. Later that day, the flotilla arrived just above Vicksburg as Major General Ulysses S. Grant unleashed his siege on the city. Vicksburg was one of the last holdouts for the Confederacy on the Mississippi River, and capturing it was crucial for the Union forces to begin strangling the Confederates in the South. It was the key river crossing that linked the western states of the Confederacy, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, to the eastern Confederate states. Capturing the city would cut the Confederate States of America in half. Sultana and the rest of the fleet landed outside Vicksburg as the siege was underway, offloading troops and supplies. Immediately, these boats were loaded back up with wounded soldiers and prisoners of war for evacuation north to Memphis. It would make this run back and forth several times for the next week, bringing supplies in and taking wounded soldiers and prisoners out, until the city finally fell on July 4th, 1863. The boat remained in the service of the Union Army for another month, taking fatal small arms fire on at least one occasion. It was July.
This isn't my bedroom, this is the kitchen. This is an open living room kitchen space. It's just an open kitchen.
1863, and the Mississippi
My bedroom's in the back. I just don't take you in there.
firmly in the control of the Union forces of the United States of America. The Confederacy had fallen back, and Sultana services were no longer needed. It was discharged. Captain Ludwig brought
And
the
also,
Sultana.
just in case there's somebody watching me who happens to be in, I don't know, like a 1-bedroom, what are those called? Efficiencies, I think. Because Because I know that in some places there are homes with straight up like a bed in the kitchen. I've seen them. At least you have a roof over your head, right? So before you let somebody shame you for that, don't.
Up to St. Louis, Missouri,
But just
and began
for fact's sake and argument's sake, I'm in the kitchen.
a boat on the full
And you're in my tea corner now, like I have said many times before. Welcome to Alex's Wonderland. Don't be rude in my house. Thank you. I'll boot you
service
out.
of the lower Mississippi between New
privilege
Orleans
to be here.
and St. Louis, never taking
Feel used.
Sultana above St. Louis. Welcome to St. Louis, Missouri. The waterway you see behind me is the mighty Mississippi River, and on the other side is Illinois. At the foot of the Gateway Arch National Park is the historic waterfront, and a levee along the shoreline made of cobblestone and brick is the old steamboat landing. So from the late 1820s all the way through the 1870s and 80s, this is where the steamboats would be landing. They had a pretty small draft, so they were able to come right up and pretty much beach themselves here on the levee, offload their cargo, and
That is pretty cool. I keep hearing Forsaken by Korn. I'm not going to play it. I think it's raining. Do I hear the rain? I have been hearing Rain by Sleep Token in my ears also clairaudiently. I think I just heard the rain though. I did hear thunder earlier clairaudiently, remember? I don't know if it's raining quite yet, but it's definitely super windy. That was loud. Oh, sometimes that's a sign of spell work. Just like out of the blue like that.
up some more.
Oops.
Hey, 42 here.
I like this user. This is Thoughty2, THOUGHTY2. He does some really great videos, some on stalkers and like how their brain chemistry works as well, interestingly enough, for those of us who've dealt with that.
Robert Fleming Jr. was standing
Spoiler alert, they behave similarly to a drug addict in their head.
on the deck of a warship one evening.
Meaning like chasing the thrill of the high and being unable to stop fixating on a victim, like somebody who just can't seem to stay away from drugs.
When he saw a
Similar
strange
pattern,
object in the
right?
water off the starboard bow. At first, he thought it was a log, but then he noticed the glint of what looked like metal. That was enough to raise his suspicions. Suspicions that turned to outright alarm when the weird metallic log started heading right for his ship. Fleming raised the alarm and everyone nearby carrying a gun opened fire on the approaching vessel. It was too late. An explosion shook the ship and 5 minutes later, it was gone. Sunk, as you may have already guessed, by a torpedo from a submarine. But this wasn't just any submarine, and the scene I just described wasn't just any old naval engagement. It was the first time in history that a submarine successfully sank an enemy ship in battle.
Interesting.
But here's an odd question for you. When do you think it happened? If you guessed the First World War, then I don't blame you. It was during the First World War that submarines were first widely used. But the very first successful sub-attack took place a full half a century before Archduke Franz Ferdinand met his maker by way of an assassin's bullet. Robert Fleming Jr. didn't serve in the Great War. He was a sailor in the Union Navy during the American Civil War. And the ship he was serving on, the USS Housatonic, was sunk by a submarine called the H.L. Hunley 160 years ago, in 1864. The sinking of the USS Housatonic was a monumental moment in the history of warfare. But for the crew of the Hunley, the celebrations were short-lived. Shortly after the attack, eyewitnesses from both sides reported seeing a bright blue light on the water. A signal to shore from the Hunley's crew confirming that their mission was successful. It was the last trace anyone would ever see of them for more than a century. Because the history-making submarine never made it back to shore that night, and neither did its 8-man crew.
Interesting.
In the decades after its demise, dozens of expeditions tried and failed to find the lost son. And the fate of H.L. Hunley became one of the biggest mysteries of the entire Civil War. But in 1995, the wreck was found. 5 years later, it was painstakingly raised from its resting place on the ocean floor as the world held its breath. After more than a century of waiting, we were finally going to learn the fate of the first submarine ever to sink an enemy ship in battle. Or at least, that's what we thought. But then, things got weird. Learn the fate of the first submarine ever to sink an enemy ship in battle. Or at least, that's what we thought. But then, things got weird. Displate is a platform for artists with thousands of creators from all across the globe sharing their unique designs, paintings, and illustrations on metal canvas. There are over 2 million artworks available in the Displate catalogue. Discover new original art or choose from officially licensed designs from the likes of Star Wars, Marvel, Elden Ring, and many other iconic brands and franchises. Displate has just launched a new product line called Displate Textra. They have tactile 3D textures, and they're now available across a vast selection.
All right.
Textra designs.
Sorry.
Three was that the sub had
I'm
sunk.
just getting downloads. I'm listening to the messages.
There's only one place you're going to go. But the human remains inside the H.L. Hunley were arranged according to a very different pattern. The bones were found in neat little piles along the sub's interior. And that meant that every single member of the crew died at their station. Drowning men don't just sit calmly at their posts and wait to die. They fight for their lives with every ounce of strength they possess. But if the crew of the H.L. Hunley didn't drown that night, what the hell happened to them?
Yes, medium. Yes.
Like
I'm
most
bad.
civil wars, the American Civil War was largely fought on land. Largely, but not entirely. Early on, President Abraham Lincoln, leader of the Union forces, realized that whoever held the Atlantic coast would control key trade and resupply routes to the east. In 1861, Lincoln implemented a vast naval blockade against the southern states. It was extremely effective, and the Confederates were soon looking for ways to break through. The question was how. There was no hope of beating Lincoln's fleet head-on. The Union not only had more ships, they had more shipyards to build new ones. If the Confederates wanted to break Lincoln's blockade, they were going to need to get creative.
Ready?
They say that desperation is the mother of all
Keep
invention,
going up.
and in 1863, Old Mother Desperation gave birth to the attack sub.
2,
Ouch.
3.
Before it became part of military history, the name H.L. Hunley belonged not to a submarine, but to a man who was instrumental in developing it, Horace Lawson Hunley. The submarine that inherited his name after his untimely death, more on that in a minute, was incredibly basic by modern standards. In earlier designs, Hunley and his partners toyed with the idea of powering the submarine with a small steam engine. But given the time and technology constraints, in the
Guess
end
we're all
they settled
drug
for a
addicts together,
significantly
then, huh?
less high-tech source of propulsion: manpower. The Hunley was designed for a crew of 8 men. 1 to fill the role of captain, and 7 to power the hand crank that turns the propeller. With 7 men simultaneously cranking one out, the sub had a sprightly top speed of about 4 knots, the equivalent of a brisk walking pace for us landlubbers. Conditions for the men inside were brutal. You can see from this picture
It's
just how
definitely a
small
joke.
the internal space
I'm
was.
joking.
The
No
men couldn't
sarcasm.
even sit fully upright as they worked the crank.
Obviously. Cheers.
Just like the sub itself, the torpedoes, well, torpedo, was very basic. To be honest, it was pretty much just a bomb on a stick. There was no propulsion system, so the only way to actually use it was to get in close and stick it to the hull of the target ship.
I'm not.
Despite its simplicity, early tests were promising. In July 1863, the Hunley successfully sank an old coal barge anchored in Mobile Bay in front of a certain Admiral Franklin Buchanan, the only full admiral in the entire Confederate fleet. He was so impressed, he sent the sub to the key port city of Charleston by rail with a plan to use it against the Union blockade. Unfortunately, this early success was not to be replicated in Charleston, at least not at first.
I don't know why you think it's rage bait. Nobody's mad. I'm laughing at you. In fact, look, I already pulled cards on that sense of humor. That's hilarious. Be gentle with yourself. I'm not taking your insults. That's a you problem. There are healthy connections coming in, or it's like when somebody tries to say something instigative that is intended to like upset you and I don't know, like distract you from whatever you're doing or make you go off or whatever. They're just looking for attention. Like a tantruming toddler, even if it's negative. Have confidence, knocking and shaking people's confidence, but the situation's already resolved, and prayer will help with the situation. Didn't I say that earlier? Health. So there's a focus on healing also. These are past life cards, these particular ones. Energies coming in, love, spouse, both of those came out, vows, so like a higher divine connection, marriage. Somebody you've been with in another life as well. Possibly somebody that you have some ties to, some sort of art with. This could come from another life as well. Also like the healing energy. This could be music. This could be some form of physical, like artistry, painting or something. Scribe and writer, and then also imprisonment and slavery is in reverse. So there are energies that have been trying to bind and restrict or create blockages and fears. And the main message is just to seek to overcome them. Some of these energies or people are from past lives. Celtic and Greco-Roman both just came out. Also medicine woman, this could be Native American. Some of them may have tried to block money, like money, love life, either targeting people's spirituality or using spirituality to do so on some level. And then also Atlantis came out, so like use of crystals, and there's a big reference of healing and alchemy, arts, but this is music. There's music on this card, you see. Vows. I hear Mine loud by Sleep Token in my ears again. As I'm picking up this vows card, he says, you will be mine. So well, in regards to people in past lives who tried to entrap light workers, possibly in this one, like some of them try to come back through and trap people physically. With the cat? Oh, yeah, got you, yeah. No, I didn't like that very much. I had enough. You know. So, mother and angels, right? This is like a divine feminine. I hear who deserves protection. He says, I'm calling to protect you. Trees. Something about Zenning or something about, oh look, Native American also behind this. Yeah, see. They're just looking for a provocation. They're looking to start an issue. Yeah, but it wasn't a joke. It was just nasty. Anyway, moving on. So, music. Oh, children also. This is a connection that there may have been. In fact, I am picking this up. There was a marriage, family, happy relationship, babies, possibly some little challenges and stuff through life, but people trying to either silence or keep the truth from coming out has been a theme. And then imprisonment and slavery, yes, in some cases they have entrapped people in previous incarnations, or false imprisoned or held hostage or whatever the case may be. But they could just be even in this life, could just be situational entrapment or whatever situations that were causing any kind of bindage, something causing people to be stuck. That's being removed or has been removed as well. Yep. I'm going to make something too, so that's a good idea. Got you. Let's do this one. I really wanted to finish this one.
In fact, the museum underneath the gateway arch has a beautiful diorama of about a dozen or so of these resulted in nothing more than wasted ammunition, the only casualty being Sultana's fresh paint job. And the boat continued down
or at least
to
listen
New
for
Orleans.
a few more minutes. This is
After
a long
running
one.
a
I don't think we'll listen to the whole thing. It's almost 2 hours, but I'll listen to a few more minutes. Hold on, actually. I want to hear. Like the guts of it. And then there's another one after this I saw that looked really interesting.
Was the only success. Lincoln
We'll
was
see how
mortally
far we
wounded
get.
on the night of April 14th and died in the morning of April 15th. Booth had escaped, kicking off a several-day manhunt that captured the front page of newspapers for the following weeks. The Sultana was stopped over in Cairo, Illinois on its journey southbound when Captain Mason heard the terrible news. The news spread across the telegraphs like wildfire. Now, Cairo was the southernmost point of Union territory along the Mississippi, and all telegraph lines in the southern states were destroyed during the war. Captain Mason knew that the news couldn't have broken in the South, so he grabbed a stack of newspapers about the attack and set out at full speed from Cairo with the dawn. The flag flew at half-mast, and black bunting hung from the boat's railings as a sort of funeral garb. At every town, the news was shouted ashore from the deck, and newspapers were hurled ashore. The following startling and afflicting intelligence received at 3 o'clock this morning will cast a pall of gloom over a land so lately rejoicing in the hour of victory. President Lincoln is probably now no more. The nation mourns a loved and honored president, a true patriot, and an honest man. The emissaries of treason have at last done their infernal work. The Daily State Journal, Springfield, Illinois, April 15th, 1865. Sultana worked its way down the river toward Memphis. Now, all along the river, crews from Union vessels, such as the steamboat Pocahontas, had been seeking civilian boats that belonged to Confederates and were destroying them. They were fearing that there could be attacks from rebel raiders as the war wound to a close. Sultana steamed past one of these raiders, a Confederate cavalryman named Frank Hardin Barton. Frank had hidden his dugout canoe from the Union patrols, and he had special orders from Confederate loyalists who were still fighting on. And these orders said to conduct raids on Union vessels at his will. Frank watched as Sultana steamed past, his boat tucked away in the bushes. To him, the war wasn't over yet, and they were still enemies. Sultana landed in Memphis the following morning, dropping newspapers and relaying what little information Sultana's crew had gathered before leaving
I'm sorry
Illinois.
to hear that.
And then they set off, back down the river. All along the way down the river, Mason had his crew call out the news of Lincoln's death. Captain Mason was determined to make a name for himself and the Sultana by breaking the news of Lincoln's death to the South. And that name that he earned for them was ominous and foreshadowed the future. Sultana was now known as the Messenger of Death. Sultana steamed into Vicksburg, Mississippi around sunset on April 17th, delivering the news of Lincoln's demise. Captain Mason, however, entertained several guests while tied up at the wharf boats, including one officer who was a personal friend.
Bronco, my condolences on that. I know that sometimes anniversaries or like calendar triggers can come up. So I'm sending good vibes on that. My partner died in 2016, so I understand how that feels. It's not an easy journey, I know. But you got this. I'm also Native American. And then as far as those are past life cards, but because she's crossed over, that would be her past life. Like if she were incarnate again, the life before she passed that she shared with you would have been her past life. So technically that does fit the bill. It's more into like mediumship than like past life, but it's not. It was her past life. You know, she's not in that body anymore, according to that. So, my condolences. And that would make sense, wouldn't it? Anyway, no, if you don't want to hear, make the audio stop. I don't like to nerd out. I don't like to fill my brain with interesting facts and things and you're boring. I just stood here in a black dress and did my thing for however many hours. I'm just chilling now. You need to get out of my living room and my kitchen.
Abraham Lincoln's, but
don't kill my vibe and my appetite.
Wasn't too concerned about this news.
I've tried to work it up all day. You're not gonna.
This man was Captain Reuben Hatch, and he was quartermaster of the Union forces in and around Vicksburg, one of the men overseeing the return home of thousands of recently released Union POWs. Captain Hatch had fallen on hard times like Captain Mason, and seems to have a history of corruption like Captain Mason. Hatch was caught embezzling money while serving as quartermaster in Cairo in the early days of the war.
Did you call him an old potato? I did. Indeed.
Avoiding court-martial thanks to friends in high places.
When the war started in 1861, he was already 42 years old, and he joined the military with the 8th Illinois Infantry, the 1st Infantry Regiment started in Illinois.
Somebody said, oh, that's a good one. I'm going to use that. Yeah. You know what another good one might be? You old wet sock or you old sweaty sock. You sweaty sock. You sweaty sock of a person. Because that's just gross and uncomfortable. That's worse than calling someone an asshole, right?
as a quartermaster, but he wanted bigger
now.
things. He had
Or you could do
been
both.
a personal friend of Abraham Lincoln.
You sweaty sock of
He
an
wrote to
asshole.
Lincoln and said, you know, I would love to be a chief quartermaster of an army. And he is put in charge of the quartermaster corps at Cairo, Illinois. While he's there, he starts skimming from the military. He's buying horses at one price, but charging the government a different price and pocketing the difference.
Yeah, but what would your reaction be if somebody called you a sweaty sock? You probably would stop and double take for a second, or have to like think about it, right? Exactly.
Doing the same thing with lumber, doing the same thing with coal, doing the same thing with ice. He's keeping 2 sets of books. General Grant becomes the head of the Cairo army there, and he hears about these transactions, and he has Hatch arrested. Well, Hatch quickly writes to his
very
buddy
effective,
Lincoln.
right?
His brother was the Secretary of State of
It's
Illinois.
not like you're swearing
Anytime that Hatch got in
either.
trouble, he wrote to his friends, including Lincoln, and they said, we've known this guy for years, and we've never heard any problems. So each time he got arrested, he gets arrested twice. Each time he gets reinstated. Eventually, he is put in charge of the quartermaster department at Vicksburg, and he's there when the Sultana comes.
Hatch must have known Mason prior to this because he sought Mason out with a special proposal. The federal government was paying the boats of the Merchant and People's Line to take these recently released prisoners up to the northern states, giving a decent fee for each soldier with more offered for the officers. Hatch was willing to guarantee Mason a minimum of 1,000 men in exchange for a cut of the pay, a kickback. With a handshake, the two parted ways. Mason would still complete his current run down to New Orleans and deliver the news, but he would stop in Vicksburg again on the way back up and pick up his freight of soldiers. Sultana pushed off from Vicksburg, still playing the role of the bearer of bad news, steaming downriver in funeral garb. She arrived in New Orleans on the morning of the 9th.
Like if you're at your job and you can't call somebody an asshole, because it just would be kind of crossing the line at your job, maybe. Like, they don't really want to hear you swear. But sweaty sock is kind of... What are they going to do? Write you up for swearing? You didn't swear. You just call somebody a sweaty sock. That's all.
Now, even though Memphis, Vicksburg, New Orleans, these
Makes
were
them
all
think about it,
southern
too.
cities, formerly Confederate cities,
Like, geez, do I stink, or am I just that much of an asshole of a person? Maybe you should think about it.
mourned the loss of President Lincoln. A man is dead in the arms of his distraught wife. But this was an opportunity for glory for Captain Mason.
Somebody says, that's mean. I'm not saying go around and just like be mean to people for no reason, but if somebody's genuinely being a dick, especially when they think like you can't stand up for yourself or you can't swear at them or something, you can definitely make them think twice about trying to bark up your tree again without crossing inappropriate work guidelines like vulgarity.
The new
Like, gee, do I smell like an old gym bag? Do I smell like a basketball sneaker? Or do I just suck? I don't
To the
know,
south.
think about it.
He was the new Paul Revere. A Vicksburg newspaper printed a poetic ode to Mason and his historic run. The Sultana, draped in mourning, is just steaming down the river, telling all along sojourning news every lip makes quiver. News which fills the heart with pain, that Lincoln, Seward are no more.
All right. I wanted to hear this one. That one's so long, I'm not going to make you sit through 2 hours of that one. I probably will later, though. Nerd out by myself. This one? Heard that. Don't worry, I will.
On the rugged coast of Nova Scotia.
No, that's not it. Here it is.
Unforgiving and
This one is
shroud.
13 minutes. It's by Epic Adventure Archives. It says, a ship that sailed with a dead crew for over a decade.
Bit of mystery.
Is this the Great Lakes? Oh, British.
For centuries, sailors and explorers have ventured into the
Yikes.
unknown, only to return with tales of the strange and unexplainable. Among these stories, few are as chilling as those of ghost ships, vessels found adrift, their crews mysteriously vanished or frozen in time. Some exist only in legend, like the cursed Flying Dutchman, forever doomed to sail the seas. But others are all too real. Throughout history, ships have been discovered aimlessly drifting, their crews mysteriously vanished, or worse, found lifeless under eerie and unexplained circumstances. One of the most famous cases is the Mary Celeste, discovered abandoned in the Atlantic Ocean with no sign.
You know what I hear? Did you just flip that with your hands? Yes. Does that surprise you? I hear mine again also. Very loud in my ears. I'm not mad. I'm never mad. So pretty. Also, I get chills. A lot of these songs, I get chills. Like angel waves. Not all songs do that for me. But these ones do, a lot of them. There's I'm gonna be quiet.
Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, I dangling like cold cuts. Missed calls, answer phones from people I just don't trust. Nerds on, fake love, but I'll take a bite of your flesh before you take a piece of my face up. White roses, black doves, godmother, rise up. I need you to see me for what I have become. Those eyes like fire, I'm a winged insect, your funeral pyre. Come now, bite through these wires, I'm a waking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient violence along both lines of the pathway higher. Grow back your sharpest teeth, you know my desire. I guess it goes to show, does it not, that we've no idea what we've got until we lose it. And no amount of love will keep it around if we don't choose it. And I don't know what it's got its teeth in me, but I'm about to
Done. I'm doing another recipe also while I'm here. What gross people. Not my kind of people here.
Struggle, no trace of its crew, and no definitive explanation to this day. But some ghost ship stories are more chilling than others, so haunting they linger in the minds of sailors like a waking nightmare. And none is as terrifying as the legend of Octavius, the ship that became a tomb of ice, lost in time.
What's your track?
The story begins in 1761, when the Octavius, a proud and sturdy merchant vessel, docked in London to take on cargo bound for China. Aboard were its experienced crew, a determined captain, and his wife and young son, ready to brave the long voyage ahead. The journey east was uneventful, and after more than a year at sea, Octavius arrived safely in China. The ship was unloaded, resupplied, and prepared for the long return voyage to England. But this was where the captain made a fateful decision, one that would seal the ship's place in maritime legend. The weather was unusually warm, and instead of retracing their route around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, the captain chose to attempt something no ship had ever accomplished, navigating the Northwest Passage. This treacherous Arctic route, winding through the icy waters of northern...
It's not the same. You know, I do have like one of those refillable torches somewhere, like for a dab rig type of a deal. It's like it's a whole torch, but I think it needs to be filled. It's honestly a little bit extreme. And it's not, it's really not. It's like a little smaller one, but I just don't really need that much of a flame. I think so. I like Pressure, Paramore. I like it's the Butterfly song. It's all about the exposure, the lens they told her. Ripping wings off a bird This is playing. I didn't play it. It was on autoplay, but here. It's not. I like it.
Count me out like sirens, way back for the good times. Right foot in the roses, left foot on the landmine. I'm not gonna be there, tripping on the grapevine. They can sing the words while I cry into the baseline. Let me out like Prada, devil in my detail. I swear it's getting harder, even just to exhale. Backed up into corners, bitter in the lens. I'm sick of trying to hurry it every time they take mine. So stick to me like you're walk beside me till you feel nothing is worth. Is it going good in the garden? Say I'm lost, but I beg no pardon. Up on the dice below on the cards, I try not to talk about how it's on and now. Can I get a mirror touch stage? You can stop wait. Some of your bizarre are getting worse every time they try to shout my real name just to get a rise from me. Acting like I'm never stressed out. All I say, guess that's what I get for trying to hide in a line. I guess that's what I get for having 2020 hindsight. Everybody wants eyes on them. I just wanna hear you sing that song. I think I mean it, that I understand, but I'm still glad you came. So let me see those shadows. Stick to me like
Caramel was my Nana's favorite. Keep a little bottle of her perfume in the window. For when I really miss her. What was that song recommendation you had? Yeah. What are you eating? Haley Williams and Selena. That's cute. I like both of them. Yes. Just yes. Yours are funny.
Your
Oops. Well, some people are mad. Some people are hurting, but it's also they're projecting it as anger. It's both. Just depends, I guess. You say you had a song, Joe? Another one? Or was that Paramore? That was Paramore, right? Got it. Thanks. I love them too. This one's catching my attention too. This is like 10 minutes.
Village of Marie Joseph seems
I
untouched.
don't like his voice right now. I don't know why. Something grating. Something might not be his voice, it might be his spirit. Sometimes that's what it is. I hear people's negativity and the frequency. This just popped up on my feed, so we're playing it. It's better than whatever that last one was.
Well, you were late in verse, living on a promised word. Well, I am the rose you relinquished again. You and I done head first in another world I have a feeling we're close to the end. So
like own or run a restaurant. I grew up in one. My family still runs one actually today. I could. These recipes. This is good. If I were going out somewhere to eat, this is how I would want it. I don't miss going out, really. I heard no. But that's because you figured. You smart little cookie. That's funny. You figured out how to make your favorite things from your favorite places. That's true.
Why do we browse like this?
I heard that. Somebody says, why do you wash your hands all the time? First of all, it's clean. Second of all, I don't like certain textures on this. Like, I don't like oil. Anything oily on my hands. I don't know why. I like that. My mom's like that too, actually. Unless it's like skincare or something that's supposed to be there. I don't want it there.
Now there's no more.
Usually. But also, my skin doesn't really like what I'm putting in my mouth right now, so I'm very mindful of that too. My body does. My skin does not like topically.
Count me up like sirens, babe, I'm for the good times. Right foot in the roses.
Good questions. I have answers. It's okay.
I'm not gonna be there, tripping on the grapevine. They can sing the word.
But I grew up in a restaurant, so like constantly, anytime you touch anything.
While I cry into the baseline, wear me out like Prada, devil in my detail. I swear
Somebody says kind of like a hospital. It's how it should be. It's done right, yeah.
it's getting harder, even just to exhale. Back to empty corners, bitter in the lines. I'm sick of trying to hide it every time they take mine. So stick to me like caramel.
This makes me want to dance.
Walk beside me till you feel nothing is worth.
protein.
So I'll keep dancing along to the rhythm and stages of freedom. A beautiful night now, a world of treasure. I'll take what I'm given, the deepest incisions. I thought I got better, but maybe I didn't.
Speaking of, like, what happened? Why is somebody's angry in my comment section? I'm a little confused. It's everybody love everybody, or move along. It is a good song. Glad you liked that one. You said this one, Joe. Somebody's laughing. I'm glad I can make you laugh. It's good medicine. Also, good weed is good too. But hold on, I need to stir this. Is it this one? Sorry. It's loud. All of a sudden, I didn't expect that. Did you say that you liked my music? You liked what I was playing? That's Caramel by Sleep Token. I like it too.
Think I lost my friends, think I might lost myself. I'm drifting through the crowd, my heart is like a carousel. Somebody pulls me closer, the devil is on my shoulder, telling me I should go there just this once. So I stick along, palms up in the sky, swinging liquor drops. Music making ripples in our paper cups, and all we do is glide. So we stick them on, cotton candy clouds that we tripping up. Heart is overflowing, please don't wake me up. And all we do is glide. God knows I've been trying so hard now. God knows I've been stacking that karma. Up close,
You have seen them live, that's cool.
always end up in the same. Somebody pulls me
that was
closer, devil is on my shoulder, telling me I should go there just this once.
You're very
So
talented.
I stick 'em up, balls up in the sky, swinging liquor drops. Music making ripples in our paper cups, and all we do is glide. So we stick 'em up, cotton candy clouds that we tripping up. My heart is overflowing, please don't wake me up. And all we do is glide.
This is just 995. Put me on my back tonight.
Stick 'em up, palms up in the sky, swinging liquor drops. Music making ripples in our paper cups.
Over now.
All we do is glide.
Thanks for the vibes and the super. Very nice, thank you.
Please don't wake me up. And all we do is glide. like I never would've tried. I tried to comprehend it, but I knew it.
I like that one. Very
You work a little differently than anyone.
chill, but kind of funky also.
This little moment's got me chasing you around.
I'm just getting left down there.
Window just to see if you're down. I'm wishing I could show you all these feelings that I felt. You got a hold of me. I'm diving in head first, hoping I can love you so recklessly. You hit me like a tidal wave, I'm falling off. You got me hypnotized.
I got itchy palms. There's money coming. Money coming. I also heard this. I think I'm gonna slow down.
You want the protection.
Momentarily, but we'll see. Yeah, that was. I don't like this too. Stop! Stop being weird. That's the one I was trying to figure out earlier. I don't like that. Thanks, chat. Glad everyone else noticed.
Across the sea, I've been walking through the mountains. I wandered through the trees for I have been trying to find a woman, give her that cat. She lit a fire and now she's in my head.
There was one line in this that I heard. It was when I last saw her, she was dancing all alone.
She left no trail, but I cannot fail her.
Yeah, I was confused. It's like, why is there beef all of a sudden? Where did this come from? Who is that guy? Sweaty sock. See how effective that is, and also how good it feels because it's still clean humor. Sweaty sock of an asshole. Also, just picking a fight fight where there was none. That's just jerk behavior. So you call it rage baiting, which is like the more viral, popular online term for it. But really what that is it's like narcissistic provocation. They're seeking to provoke an issue. Sometimes it's covert, so that they can get some kind of reaction from you or frame your reaction as the problem. It's a tactic. It's base psychology. That song, somebody's asking, was She Lit a Fire by Lord Huron? This one I also just heard. This is Lost Boy.
Go to the website.
Lost Boy Crow, Love Won't Sleep. I like this one too. I need to stir this.
Turn the everyday into the...
They double spammed me, did they not? They did. Residual Halloween energy. So there's residual Halloween energy, but then also, have you looked at the moon? It's very pretty, you should. But if you haven't, when you get the chance. But it's also going to be full over the next, well, it's November 1st, so within the next couple of days to week, give or take, is the full moon cycle.
'Cause I'm wide awake. Why am I awake? The city sits below and we take.
You know the drill and routine.
I wanna give it to you. I wanna give it to you. Tell me, is it so bad? 'Cause it hurts like that when I think about it. We're both cynics now. It kills me, but I'd die for you anyway. Yeah, you're so scared when it hurts right. There's no way around it. In too deep now, and we'll never be the same. My love won't sleep. My little ghost queen, keep protecting me. When my heart goes rolled out sleep, when my eyes can't see. Tell me what my dreams could mean. When our love won't sleep, love won't The daylight fades a different shade, babe. Your hair's the same. I can't escape. Pull me to your darkness, I'll stay. Too high to drown this mountain now, but I could feel your every way. Is it so bad? 'Cause it hurts like that when I think about it. We're both cynics now and it kills me, but I die for you anyway. I'm so sad 'cause it feels like that.
Cows and corn. There are a couple places like that. Idaho is kind of like that too, for potatoes, and a couple of Midwest places. Corn and cows. Sorry. Somebody's angry. Why are you angry? Can you relax, please?
World oceans are vast, unforgiving, and shrouded in mystery. For centuries, sailors and explorers have ventured into the unknown, only to return with tales of the strange and unexplainable. Among these stories, few are as chilling as those of ghost ships, vessels found adrift, their crews mysteriously vanished or frozen in time. Some exist only in legend, like the cursed Flying Dutchman, forever doomed to sail the seas. But others are all too real. Throughout history, ships have been discovered aimlessly drifting, their crews mysteriously vanished, or worse, found lifeless under eerie and unexplained circumstances. One of the most famous cases is the Mary Celeste, discovered abandoned in the Atlantic Ocean with no sign of struggle, no trace of its crew, and no definitive explanation to this day. But some ghost ship stories are more chilling than others, so haunting they linger in the minds of sailors like a waking nightmare. And none is as terrifying as the legend of Octavius, the ship that became a tomb of ice, lost in time. The story begins in 1761, when the Octavius, a proud and sturdy merchant vessel, docked in London to take on cargo bound for China. Aboard were its experienced crew, a determined captain, and his wife and young son, ready to brave the long voyage ahead. The journey east was uneventful, and after more than a year at sea, Octavius arrived safely in China. The ship was unloaded, resupplied, and prepared for the long return voyage to England. But this was where the captain made a fateful decision, one that would seal the ship's place in maritime legend. The weather was unusually warm, and instead of retracing their route around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, the captain chose to attempt something no ship had ever accomplished, navigating the Northwest Passage. This treacherous Arctic route, winding through the icy waters of northern Canada, promised a shortcut between the Atlantic and Pacific. If successful, it would mean a faster journey home, an achievement that would cement the captain's name in history. With fair winds and clear skies, he decided it was worth the risk. At first, the voyage through the Northwest Passage seemed promising. The crew of Octavius sailed northward, leaving behind the warmer waters of the Pacific and entering the Arctic. The wind was steady, and the seas were eerily calm. Spirits were high, the possibility of making history filled the sailors with excitement. But the Arctic is unforgiving. As they ventured deeper into the passage, the temperature plummeted. The once open waters began to narrow, jagged ice floes creeping in from all sides. The winds that had once been their ally now turned bitter, slicing through the ship's rigging like knives. Then, the ice closed in. With no warning, a sudden cold snap gripped the region, locking Octavius in a frozen vice. The crew scrambled to free the ship, but it was hopeless. Ice built up along the hull, creaking ominously as the ship groaned under the pressure. Within days, they were completely trapped. The ship was now at the mercy of the Arctic's cruel embrace. Weeks passed, then months. The endless daylight of the Arctic summer faded into the long, unrelenting darkness of winter. Supplies dwindled. The cold seeped into the very bones of the ship, making sleep near impossible. The men, once hopeful, now moved sluggishly, their breath visible in the frigid air. One by one, they began to succumb, to hunger, to cold, to sheer despair. Some likely perished in their bunks, wrapped in thin blankets that could do nothing against the bitter freeze. Others may have held on longer, clinging to the hope that the ice would break, that the wind would return, that they would somehow escape their frozen tomb. But the Arctic is merciless. And so, the Octavius drifted. With no living hands to steer her, the ship became a prisoner of the ice, carried wherever the currents willed. For years, it remained trapped, adrift in a world of endless white, a silent graveyard beneath the northern lights. Then, in 1775, 13 years after Octavius had last been seen, fate intervened. On October 11th, 1775, in the vast and frigid waters west of Greenland, the whaling ship Herald braved the bitter cold, scouring the Labrador Sea for one final catch before the encroaching Arctic ice made further hunting impossible. The day was cloaked in a thick October mist. Gray clouds smothered the sky, and frigid waves crashed over the deck. The captain of Herald, anxious for success before turning south, remained focused on the hunt, until a cry from the crow's nest shattered the monotony. It was not a whale. A ship loomed through the fog, drifting aimlessly from the north. At first, the captain assumed it was another whaler, lost in the mist. But as they drew closer, unease gripped the crew. Something was wrong. The three-masted schooner was in a pitiful state. Its sails were shredded and hung limp from the masts. The rigging was tattered, snapping in the wind like old cobwebs. The hull, though largely intact, bore the scars of countless storms. Ice glazed the deck, and there was no movement, no crew, no sign of life. The Herald's mate called out, his voice swallowed by the silence. English, then French, Dutch, German, Spanish, still nothing. The only response was the eerie groan of wood shifting beneath the ice. Then, as the Herald drew alongside, the name on the ship's stern became visible. Octavius. The captain's mind raced. A merchant ship, adrift without its crew, meant a mystery, and possibly a fortune. A salvage operation was swiftly arranged. 5 men, including the first mate, lowered a cutter and rowed toward the derelict vessel, their breaths visible in the freezing air. As they climbed aboard, the ship's silence felt suffocating. The deck was slick with ice, and every footstep echoed ominously. No crew greeted them, no movement. The ship was an empty husk. The first mate led the search. The deck was deserted, but below, in the dim and frozen corridors, the true horror awaited. The first body was found near the hatch, a sailor, frozen solid, his face twisted in an expression of silent agony. His eyes, wide open, seemed to stare through the intruders. Then, more. The lower decks were filled with the dead, men who had perished where they sat, some still clutching tools, others wrapped in threadbare blankets. Hammocks sagged under the weight of frozen corpses, locked in an eternal, undisturbed sleep. But the worst discovery lay ahead. The first mate hesitated at the door of the captain's quarters, his breath shallow. Slowly, he pushed it open. Inside, the captain of the Octavius sat at his desk, his lifeless hand still clutching a quill. His hollow eyes stared into the void, as if death had taken him mid-sentence. Beside him, wrapped in blankets, lay the bodies of a woman and a child, his wife and son, frozen together in their final moments. A crewman sat nearby, a tinderbox in his stiff hands, as though he had been trying in vain to light a fire. The room was undisturbed, as if time itself had frozen along with the bodies. The Herald's men could take no more. The ship felt cursed, as if death still lingered in the air. Before they fled, the mate pried a leather-bound logbook from the captain's icy grip. It crumbled at the edges, half frozen, the ink smeared. Only the first and last pages remained legible. The men scrambled back to their boat, rowing frantically, as if something unseen pursued them. None of them wished to speak of what they had found. Some whispered of scuttling the ship, sending it to the depths where it belonged, but fear kept them from boarding it again. The Herald's captain, shaken by the...
I hear Rain by Sleep Token again in my ears clairaudiently. And this, the line about fate. I'm just seeing also with the red. Oh, you can't. It's down here. It's the speaker though. It's red. Like the red strings of fate connecting counterparts together, or like a high frequency connection.
The final entry, dated November 11th, 1762, marked their position. 75 degrees north, 160 degrees west, far beyond the northernmost reaches of civilization. That position placed them deep in the Arctic Ocean, near what is now Point Barrow, Alaska, the northernmost point of the United States. They had been frozen in the Arctic for over a decade, drifting with unseen currents,
I like
locked
weirdos.
in an icy limbo.
Weirdos are good. I like freaks, I don't care if you want. But there are good kinds of weirdos and bad kinds of weirdos. Like, the bad kinds of weirdos, those creepy, predatory, perverted, the ones that make women and children either feel unsafe or actually put them in an unsafe environment just by being around. That's weird, for example. Not the good kind. Or the people who, like those toxic females who are so jealous of a divine feminine and they're hateful and they throw shade. But then also they want to try to copy. Like, even just that first bit alone is problematic. But, like, do you hate the person you're targeting, or do you love them, which is why you're idolizing over them at the same time and trying to become them, basically? It's weird. Not the good kind. Actually, it sounds like a cluster B personality disorder to me on the psych spectrum, but hey.
Octavius had long since become a
Weird. Not the good kind.
carrying its dead crew across the seas. And then, as if guided by some spectral force, it had finally emerged from its frozen purgatory, only to be abandoned once more. No one knows what became of the Octavius after that day.
What do you say when 1 in 3 Jewish Americans were victims of hate last year?
Yeah. Some people still don't believe the Holocaust was real, which is insane, but I guess they do. Or don't, rather. It's crazy to me. Seems crazy to me not to believe that. Historical evidence, back it up.
Some say it still drifts, a phantom ship lost to time, appearing only to those doomed to meet a similar fate. The Arctic does not...
Both very good points. You've got weird, and then you've got sickos. One. And then two, some people believe the earth is flat, so yes, also not very surprising. You're funny too. But I think that's the type of funny that sometimes I do, where I'm dead ass serious, but people also just find it funny.
Back it's dead. As the Herald sailed southward, leaving the spectral ship behind, the men who had set foot aboard the Octavius struggled to shake off a sense of dread. Even as the whaling vessel returned to friendlier waters, none of them could forget the sight of that frozen crew. Locked in eerie...
To be fair, though, like, sometimes if I have to go and edit something or, like, put information in the description box after a video is done later, sometimes I'll hear clips of myself speaking, and I'll have, like, channeled something or just said some kind of off-the-cuff random clip. And it's almost like, because I just let it go after that, right? So it's almost like hearing it for the first time. I know it came out of my mouth, but then it's going into my ears later. And it's almost like being able to, it's probably the dissociation, trauma dissociation, but see it from someone else's perspective also. At least in part, that's trauma, I guess. And so I'll start laughing because I'll have forgotten that I said something. And if I had heard somebody else said it, I would have hit the floor laughing. So I get it. That's also a trauma response usually.
illness, as if death itself had caught them by surprise.
Going
The
both
logbook,
ways.
the only tangible clue to the doomed journey of Octavius, was studied further. What few remaining entries could be salvaged hinted at their final days. Descriptions of dwindling food, a relentless and unyielding cold, and desperate attempts to free the ship from the ice. But there was no mention of a mutiny, no record of panic, no final desperate cries scrawled across the pages. Just a slow, silent descent into an icy oblivion. The manner in which the crew perished remains one of the most chilling aspects of the story. Unlike those lost in shipwrecks, whose final moments are consumed by chaos and crashing waves, the men of the Octavius succumbed to something far crueler, hypothermia. But in the Arctic, death is not the end. The extreme cold would have preserved their bodies almost perfectly. With no scavengers to disturb them, and the frigid air preventing decomposition, the Octavius became a floating tomb, its crew locked in time. For 13 years, their faces remained frozen in their final expressions, some of determination, some of fear, some simply appearing asleep. After the Herald sighted and abandoned the
sometimes you need
Octavius in
somebody to have
1775,
intelligent
it was
conversation
never
with.
seen again. If the ship continued to drift south, it may have eventually succumbed to the forces of
Kind
nature.
of joking, but
Its
also
wooden
not.
hull, weakened by time,
Like
could have been
that.
swallowed by the sea. Or perhaps it became trapped in the ice once more, sealing it away in a frozen grave, waiting to be uncovered centuries later. Could the wreck of the Octavius still exist today? Arctic explorers and maritime archaeologists have never discovered its remains, but in a region where ice shifts unpredictably and secrets lie buried beneath layers of permafrost, anything is possible. Real or legend, the Octavius remains one of the most haunting maritime stories ever told. A ghost ship lost to ice and time, showing how nature can swallow even the bravest. Sailors called it the Everest of the seas, a cape so feared that countless never returned. Cape Horn. For centuries, this isolated rock meant survival or disaster. Before the Panama Canal existed, almost every ship bound for the Pacific had to pass it. Whether you were chasing gold in California, carrying wool to Europe, or delivering supplies to Australia. And while some made it through, countless others never returned. It's a place where waves as tall as buildings crash down without warning, where winds circle the globe with nothing to slow them, and where icebergs drift up from Antarctica like floating traps. More than 800 ships are believed to have sunk here. Tens of thousands of sailors were swallowed by these waters. But Cape Horn isn't just about shipwrecks. It shaped world trade, exploration, and the expansion of entire empires. It also became a badge of honor. If you rounded the horn, you were a real sailor. If you survived it, you carried the stories for life. Even today, despite modern technology and satellite forecasting, Cape Horn still holds its deadly reputation. So, what makes this single stretch of ocean so dangerous? And why did ships continue to risk it for centuries? Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll understand not just the geography and history of Cape Horn, but also the lives it claimed, the empires it fueled, and the legacy it left behind.
Introducing the Dyson
I hear Mine by Sleep Token again in my ears, loud. Especially. Earlier it was this side. Or...
Cape Horn lies at the very bottom of South America, on a small Chilean island called Hornos. It marks the meeting point of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. To the north is the wild landscape of Patagonia. To the south, there's nothing but open sea until Antarctica, about 400 miles away. That stretch of water is known as the Drake Passage, the narrowest gap between South America and Antarctica. For ships, it's one of the most feared seas in the world. The geography explains why. The Andes Mountains run the entire length of South America, but at the continent's southern tip, the chain drops suddenly into the ocean. The winds that sweep around Antarctica, known as the Furious 50s, have no land to slow them down. By the time they reach Cape Horn, they've circled the globe and built enormous force. When those winds hit shallow coastal waters, they create waves as tall as a 10-story building. Ocean currents add another layer of danger. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current pushes cold water eastward, colliding with warmer flows from the Atlantic and Pacific. That clash creates whirlpools, rogue waves, and sudden squalls. A crew might see blue skies at breakfast and be fighting for their lives by lunch. And then there's the ice. During the colder months, icebergs drift north from Antarctica. Hidden by fog or rain, they were nearly impossible for wooden sailing ships to avoid. Put all of this together, howling winds, unpredictable currents, giant waves, freezing spray, and floating ice, and Cape Horn earned its place as one of the deadliest points on the planet for sailors. But despite these dangers, ships kept coming. Cape Horn wasn't just a landmark. It was the only highway between the Atlantic and Pacific for centuries. In the next part, we'll see why this storm-beaten rock at the end of the world was once one of the most important crossroads in global trade. For centuries, Cape Horn was more than a dot on the map. It was the only deep-water route between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. If a ship left New York, Boston, or New Orleans and wanted to reach San Francisco or Seattle before the Panama Canal existed, it had to sail all the way down the Atlantic, around Cape Horn, and back up the Pacific. A journey of roughly 13,000 miles. The same was true for trade between Europe and the west coast of the Americas, or even Asia and Australia. The Strait of Magellan, further north, was known, but its narrow channels and unpredictable winds made it far more dangerous for larger vessels. That left the open sea around Cape Horn as the main highway of global shipping. Cape Horn's importance grew during moments of American history. In the mid-1800s, thousands of prospectors and merchants sailed around it to reach California during the gold rush. Ships carried timber, coal, and manufactured goods west, and returned with gold, wheat, and other raw materials. Before the Transcontinental Railroad was completed in 1869, rounding Cape Horn was one of the only ways to move people and goods between America's two coasts. But the Horn wasn't just about the United States. It tied the world together. British wool from Australia, guano from Peru, spices from Asia, all of it past this point on the way to Europe or North America. At one time, the wealth of nations depended on ships that had to gamble with the seas of Cape Horn. It also shaped naval strategy. Controlling access to the Pacific meant controlling trade routes and military reach. For much of the 18th and 19th centuries, whichever navy could endure Cape Horn held a global advantage. So, the stakes were enormous, and that raises a question. Who was the first to brave it successfully, and how did this notorious cape get its name? To answer that, we need to step back to the age of exploration. For Europeans, the story of Cape Horn begins in the early 1600s. At that time, Spain controlled the Strait of Magellan, the narrow waterway at the tip of South America. Other nations were eager to find an alternative passage into the Pacific that Spain couldn't dominate. In 1615, two Dutch merchants, Isaac Lemaire and Willem Schouten, financed an expedition to find that route. Sailing with two ships, they pushed south of Tierra del Fuego, further than any European had gone before. On January 29, 1616, Schouten successfully rounded the headland we now know as Cape Horn. He named it Cap Horn, after his hometown of Hoorn in the Netherlands. It was a modest tribute, but the name stuck, even as maps translated it into Cape Horn. For sailors of the 17th century, this discovery was huge. The new route gave Dutch and later English ships direct access to the Pacific without passing through Spanish waters. From that point forward, Cape Horn became a landmark every major maritime power knew about. It opened the Pacific to world trade, but at a deadly cost. The winds, currents, and icy conditions didn't spare anyone, no matter how skilled or experienced. And that's where Cape Horn's darker reputation begins. The first crossings proved it could be done, but they also revealed just how dangerous it would be. In the centuries that followed, the Horn became a graveyard for ships. Some wrecks are still legendary today, not only for their scale, but for the human tragedies behind them. To understand Cape Horn, you have to imagine life on the ships that faced it. These weren't steel-hulled vessels with engines and weather satellites. For most of its history, ships were wooden, powered by canvas sails, and completely at the mercy of wind and current. For the crews, conditions were brutal. Sailors often spent weeks battling storms without rest. Waves broke over the decks, sweeping men into the sea, sometimes in full view of their shipmates who could do nothing to save them. The water was so cold that even strong swimmers didn't last long. Every task was dangerous. Climbing the rigging to secure sails meant hanging onto ropes slick with freezing spray, while the ship pitched violently beneath you. A slip could mean instant death. Even on deck, icy winds cut through clothing, and sailors often suffered frostbite. The dampness never went away. Food spoiled quickly, leaving hard
Sweet
biscuits,
dreams if you
salted
miss it.
meat, and little else. Fresh water turned stagnant in barrels, sometimes thick with slime. sleep was scarce. Crews rotated through watch shifts, often 4 hours on duty and 4 hours off, though during storms, everyone was needed. Rest meant collapsing into a hammock in wet clothes, hoping the next wave wouldn't smash through the hull. And yet, despite this misery, rounding Cape Horn became a mark of pride. Sailors who had done it were considered hardened men of the sea. Some traditions even grew out of the ordeal. For example, those who successfully rounded Cape Horn were said to earn the right to wear a gold hoop earring or to put one foot on the table in a tavern, signs that they had survived the ultimate trial. It wasn't just physical hardship either. The psychological strain was immense. Storms could trap ships for weeks, beating them back again and again until supplies ran low. Crews faced the constant fear that their ship might break apart or be driven onto rocks in the dark. Diaries from the time described despair, exhaustion, and the sense that survival depended on luck as much as skill. For captains and officers, navigating the Horn was the ultimate test of seamanship. Misjudge the winds, mishandle the sails, or hesitate for too long, and the entire ship could be lost. Many careers were made or ended at Cape Horn. Even seasoned naval officers struggled here. In 1787, Captain William Bligh set sail aboard HMS Bounty on a mission to collect breadfruit plants from Tahiti. His orders directed him to reach the Pacific by rounding Cape Horn. But in March and April of 1788, the Bounty was hammered by weeks of brutal storms, freezing gales, and towering seas in the Drake Passage. The ship made almost no progress, and the crew was pushed to exhaustion. Finally, Bligh abandoned the attempt. He turned the Bounty back across the Atlantic and took the alternative route eastward, around the Cape of Good Hope. This detour added many thousands of miles to the voyage, far longer than the Horn route, yet it was still judged the safer choice. Bligh's decision was not an act of weakness, but recognition of reality. Even a well-equipped Royal Navy ship under an experienced commander could not overcome Cape Horn. His retreat became one of many examples that cemented the Cape's reputation as the most formidable of the Great Capes, a place where the ocean itself dictated the course of global navigation. Cape Horn's reputation as a sailor's graveyard was earned ship by ship, storm by storm. Each loss added another grim entry in the long record of tragedy at the bottom of the world. The Dunedin was an iron sailing ship of the Shaw, Saville, and Albion Company. Though best remembered for her historic 1882 voyage carrying the first frozen meat cargo from New Zealand to England, a voyage that opened the modern refrigerated trade, her end came in the waters near Cape Horn. In March 1890, she sailed from Oamaru, New Zealand, bound for London with another cargo of frozen meat. She was last reported only a few days out, but then vanished without a trace. No wreckage or survivors were ever found. It is believed she either went down in a Horn gale or struck an iceberg. 34 men were lost. Originally launched in 1908 as the Belgian training ship Avenir, this four-masted bark was later sold and reconditioned for the Hamburg America line as the Admiral Karpfanger. She sailed under the German flag as a cadet training vessel. In February 1938, she left South Australia carrying over 42,000 bags of wheat, with a crew of 27 and 33 cadets, 60 souls in all. She was last heard from on March 12th, when she acknowledged a radio signal while approaching Cape Horn. After that, silence. Weeks later, wreckage from the Admiral Karpfanger washed up on Navarone Island, close to Cape Horn. The most likely explanation is that she struck an iceberg at night and foundered quickly, with no chance to send a distress call. All hands were lost. Even in the modern era, Cape Horn has continued to take ships. One striking case is the loss of the German yacht Ole Hoop in 2002. The Ole Hoop, an Olsen 38 owned by Klaus Nilter and Johanna Michaelis, had already circumnavigated the globe once in the 1990s. In 2002, the couple attempted a second voyage. On the 13th of December, the yacht disappeared west of Cape Horn. Weather reports from vessels nearby recorded force 8 gales, conditions severe enough to overwhelm even experienced sailors. No distress call was ever received, and no confirmed wreckage was found. The fate of the old hoop remains a mystery. Whether the yacht was struck by a breaking wave, capsized, or suffered sudden structural failure, no one can say for certain.
No lemon tea
What is
yet.
clear is that Cape Horn, despite satellite navigation
But you know
and
what I
modern
should
yacht
do?
design, still holds dangers as great as in the days of Bligh and the Clippers. These are just a few names in a long list.
Sleepy time.
From the age of sail through the 21st century, more than 800 ships and 10,000 sailors are believed to have perished in or near Cape Horn. Each storm, each wreck, reinforced its reputation as the most feared headland in the world. But the story of Cape Horn doesn't end with tragedy. The opening of the Panama Canal and the rise of railroads would change everything, stripping Cape Horn of its role as the world's highway. So, how did the deadliest sea route on Earth suddenly become obsolete? That's what we'll explore next. For centuries, the only way for ships to move between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans was to sail around Cape Horn. That changed forever in 1914, when the Panama Canal
Very
opened.
cool.
The canal cut thousands of miles off the journey. Instead of sailing 13,000 miles from New York to San Francisco via Cape Horn, ships could now cross the Isthmus of Panama in just 50 miles of locks and channels. What once took months at sea could now be done in a matter of days. The impact was immediate. Commercial shipping around Cape Horn collapsed almost overnight. The great clipper races to bring tea, wool, or gold across the world came to an end. Steamships had no reason to risk the storms and ice of the Drake Passage when the Panama Canal offered a safer, shorter alternative. At the same time, the United States was transforming its own geography. In 1869, the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad had already provided a land route between America's east and west coasts. By the early 20th century, a web of rail lines carried goods across North America far faster than a sea voyage could. For American trade, Cape Horn no longer mattered. For Chile and Argentina, too, the canal changed the flow of commerce. South American ports that once thrived on passing clipper ships, places like Punta Arenas in the Strait of Magellan, saw fewer visitors. Cape Horn, once the world's busiest maritime bottleneck, became a backwater. But the horn never lost its symbolic power. For sailors, rounding it remained the ultimate test, even if it no longer held strategic importance. Naval vessels, whalers, and later adventurous yachtsmen still made the passage. To them, the horn was less about trade and more about proving skill and endurance. So, if Cape Horn was no longer essential to global commerce, why does it still loom so large in maritime culture today? To answer that, we need to look at its modern role as a challenge, a memorial, and a legend that refuses to fade.
Somebody just said, "Do you miss your daughter?" Yeah, all the time. All the time.
When the Panama Canal ended Cape Horn's role as the world's sea highway, the Cape could have faded into obscurity. Instead, it took on a new identity, not as a commercial route, but as a symbol. For sailors,
I heard that too. Thanks for answering honestly. Yeah. It's just the truth. I'm not gonna lie.
Cape Horn remains one of the greatest challenges at sea.
No need.
Modern yachts may have GPS, satellite weather forecasts, and steel hulls.
Here's a pro tip for all the dishonest people out there who feel like their lives are falling apart. You have less to keep track of if you're just straight up in the first place. Yeah. And don't have to worry about your lies being uncovered by your ever-changing stories because you're not actually telling the truth.
But the horn storms are no less dangerous than they were centuries ago. In round-the-world races like the Vendée Globe or the Volvo Ocean Race, the moment a competitor clears Cape Horn is still celebrated. It means they have survived the Southern Ocean and are on their way back towards safer waters. Cape Horn has also become a place of remembrance. On Hornos Island, where the Cape stands, the Chilean Navy maintains a small station. In 1992,
What you doing, Zach?
My T-Mobile.
Should I put more lemon in there? Maybe a little bit. My concern is it's not enough.
If you were not
I'm not really worried about too much.
a striking monument was raised nearby. A large silhouette of an albatross, wings spread wide. The bird is a powerful symbol for mariners. Sailors long believed that the souls of drowned seamen were carried by albatrosses. Today, the monument honors the thousands who never made it past the Horn. Tourism has also found its way here. Expedition cruises often include Cape Horn on their itineraries, though landings are never guaranteed. The weather is still unpredictable, and more often than not, passengers see the Cape shrouded in mist and spray. For many, even a glimpse of the rock from the deck of a ship is enough. It's a chance to stand at the edge of history, looking at the same waters that claimed so many lives. And Cape Horn continues to attract adventurers. Solo sailors, long-distance rowers, and even kayakers have tried to round it, seeking not profit, but the thrill of survival. For them, it remains the ultimate test. Cape Horn may no longer decide the fate of empires, but it hasn't lost its grip on the human imagination. Cape Horn was once the most feared headland in the world. For centuries, it stood between sailors and their destinations, testing every ship that passed. More than 800 vessels and 10,000 sailors were lost in its waters, leaving behind stories of courage, disaster, and survival. Its importance as a trade route ended with the Panama Canal and the spread of railroads, but its legacy never faded. Cape Horn became something more than geography. It became a symbol of nature's power, of the limits of human endurance, and of the price paid to connect the world's oceans. For sailors, to have rounded Cape Horn is still a mark of honor. For historians, it's a reminder of the era when wind and weather dictated the fate of empires. And for travelers today, even catching sight of it from a ship's deck is enough to stir the imagination. Cape Horn may no longer shape the course of global commerce, but its name still carries weight. It stands as a graveyard for some, a challenge for others, and a legend for all. If you enjoyed this journey into the history of Cape Horn,
Epic Adventure Archives. Maybe it just needs more time. Hey, what's up? How are you? Good. Good. Go take care of yourself. It's important. I'm making cream cheese right now. I heard from scratch? Yeah. The adulting? Absolutely. But it's part of what gives us a space to play, doesn't it? Work, leisure, play, balance. The song is called Sunrise, actually. Interestingly enough. Oh yeah, that's getting much better now. Hi, X. You just need a little splash of vinegar to help that lemon have some extra zing. That's all. Got you. Oh, I like this song. This is Two to the Chest by Skeller. Why is my tea not doing its thingy? Oh, that would probably help. Silly me. Alright. Telomeres. Lengthening the telomeres. Yeah, it extends the life. You can get those longer. And you can, there's a way to regenerate them. But you have to be mindful of it. Work with your body, give it the tools it needs. Ooh, it's doing good now. Yeah. Just need some extra acid and some time. I'm gonna leave it to sit for a while longer. I don't like that. There's like an X energy that's trying to come through. Also, you know what? Well, I'm picking it up. He likes my hair like this. Well, then I'm taking it back down. Get away from me. Go away. That's not gonna make him not want me, but makes me feel better. stabs and dabs. No time for toxic exes, though. Also, hold on. Do you know why I responded that way? It's because he was coming through all of a sudden with this like weird, unsolicited sexual energy. And I'm not talking about like counterpart to counterpart where they have that exchange. This somebody that if they did have that connection, they lost it and they're still trying to insert themselves. So at that point, it's like assault. I heard, no wonder you took your hair down. Yeah. I don't know, he likes it when it's up in a bun. I don't know. He said he likes to see my face. No. Go away. Pull a Samara on you. Oh, spooky bitch. I told you. Oops, something just fell also. It says, what if regret, overanalyzing, imagined futures. So this is somebody done explaining. It's in reverse, who doesn't want a deaded connection to be deaded. Something about fake love. You never really loved me. Nothing's adding up. Used and discarded. It was toxic. It was toxic. Talking to the void, texting them, no reply, left hanging. This is somebody who is playing games. I heard right. And now they want back in? Yeah, that's my point. No wonder you took your hair down. That repels the vampires.
It's JCPenney's really big deals and convenient.
Anything else you want us to know? Talking to the void, somebody who doesn't want the connection to be deaded, but well, she's not interested. Right, you lost me. Final straw, self-respect, power move. No, dude. And you think trying to come back through with some kind of sexual bullshit was the best. Ignorant. Bird army. Yeah, that toxic X energy just came back through, and he said, "Oh, I'm not going to come back through if, basically, if you're going to set boundaries and be, stern with me." I'm like, good, that's the point. You're not supposed to. You fucked up. Go away. Stay gone. It's not a grudge, it's a boundary, dude. People don't want to give you the chance to hurt them anymore. Or again. Just saying. In case you're wondering. And I think it's always everyone else's fault, but it wasn't. Sugar, how am I gonna do this? Carefully. Carefully. There we go. Okay, I'm done. Chickens. I bet she was upset about that. Chickens in her plants. Whoops. Hold on, babies. It's a good thing I need all those. Most of them, anyway. Hi, Joe. What's up? You ready for a bowl? I'm gonna come take a break in a second. I'm almost done. Still need more paper towels. Yeah. bless you. Sweet dreams. I'm actually gonna head out of here pretty soon, but yeah, I do. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, not so much as inanimate objects, but not everybody does though.
Take the first or
No.
next step in your career with Darlings. Whether you're looking to start
So rude. Ninja dose. Hair Rain by Subscription. My ears. So, I think I'm done now. Motherfuck. Can't stand when that happens. To roll it all back up. I think I need more. It can be. Yes. Doesn't have to be. Not necessarily. It could be a number of things, but yeah. It doesn't have to be a good thing either. I used to get deja vu sometimes with a really, like the worst ex I ever had. But, you know, I also used to have dreams about him when I was a child before I even met him. I just didn't really understand it because I hadn't met him yet. He was an adult. But it was from a past life dream. But he was abusive like that in this life too. It was a warning. maybe salt, and to blend, and then we're good. Stuff. Oh, it was God warning me. I just didn't recognize it, or I didn't understand as a child. I think I need more salt than that, actually, just a little bit. I do. Yes, I do. Let's do this. Okay. Hold on. Sweet dreams. Somebody's angry. Why are you angry? Why are you so angry? I think that's a reasonable question.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado has some of the toughest terrains with 5 available.
No. Thank you, but no. I hear provider suddenly again by sleep token. I'm not mad at any of them. Is it raining? Is that the wind that I hear? I heard thunder clariaudiently earlier, so I would say there's probably a storm brewing. Or there has been. I mentioned that earlier. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, that's ready. These need to cool off more. Just for a minute. No. It's not letting me me skip on this station. So we're going to switch to Sleep Token Radio and see what goes up. I hear skip 2. Day Seeker. They said skip 2. Gone or staying, Sleep Theory. I'm getting a download. Song is called Dial Tone. Speaking of, I actually have I posted it, a clip of this convicted domestic abuser, George Clinton. He hates his middle name, Eisworth. And he was complaining to a judge that he couldn't contact me because he didn't have my phone number. But then the second the court accidentally leaked my phone number to him, even though I filled out papers to keep it confidential, which is extra tedious work, by the way, it suddenly ended up being doxxed on the internet, like publicly published on the internet, even though it's a private number. And the police checked, like, you can't find my number anywhere. So, I have to have given it to somebody, and I don't do that. For that to have happened, meaning it was inside. But suddenly it ended up doxxed, and then also apparently on like a pet fetish porn website or something that I have no part in. It's just sex trafficking. Listed me as a prostitute at that. Somebody who sexually assaulted me in 2013 has been stalking and chasing and trying to re-abuse me for the last 10 years, is mad that I won't deal with them or be with them, and so doxed my number after it was leaked to them and listed me as a prostitute. But I have court transcripts of him complaining to a judge that he couldn't get access to my phone number before. So there's that. First of all. Second of all, who even are you? Bonfire? Dude, you must be tripping. First of all, I don't know who you are. Second of all, you don't know who I am. It's also not a secret that I shave and laser. I'm publicly, openly talk about it. I went to cosmetology school and do it myself. So, that's not slick. Well, I remember when we was at the bonfire? You spelled bomb wrong, by the way. It's bonfire, you idiot. The bonfire, you still shave that pretty little thing? Actually, I do. First of all, which again is not a secret. I've spoken about it here before. Secondarily, of course, you come through with this nasty comment, pretending like you know me to what? Hope that any onlookers think that, bitch, I've been celibate for a decade. Why? Even though I have all these dudes chasing me, shitty ones, and maybe not such shitty ones also. In fact, definitely not shitty ones also. But yeah, definitely some real low to mid-grade shitty ones and some way halfway in between. And I'm not interested in any of those. You think that I'm celibate by choice? By anything other than a lack of choice, rather? I have a baseball bat at my front door. It's not a Halloween proper decoration. It's for protection. Okay? I've been celibate for a decade because I know how high value I am and I know what I have to guard and protect. So don't you come in here with your little trash mouth trying to slander and run some kind of fucked up sicko game. You're nasty. And bet your ass that the police will be getting copies of this because there actually has been... No, I'm being called to be quiet. You'll figure it out. Happy IP address. Bitch. You'll figure it out when they show up at your front door, and I'm not playing games. Little do you know what is in motion already. Still disgusting. First of all. Second of all, you could never pull somebody like me, you little rat. Thank you. Empress. In fact, to be precise, I'm one of one, so don't even try. Thanks very much. Welcome to my TED Talk, you nasty little pig. Let's see who you are. Read you to filth. Pig, you're a piglet. Somebody with a soldier in their profile picture. Who the hell even are you? Who the hell even are you? The bonfire. First of all, you can't even spell bonfire correctly. Of course, you're spelling it bomb, B-O-M-B, you idiot soldier. Fodder. They'd use you as fodder. You're not intelligent enough for anything but the front line. Fodder. Oh, and boy, I wouldn't pluck you up off the battlefield. Be gone with you. Second of all, the only soldier that I had ever been with is one that's been stalking me and hacking me. In fact, I actually had to make a police report about him and Mr. George Clinton Eisworth just yesterday. Halloween afternoon. Why? Because I had been waiting on a prescription for a rescue inhaler refill. But the doctor's office had an issue with the pharmacy and had to contact me. But they couldn't contact me because these motherfuckers have been doing SIM swaps again. Yeah, you hear that wind picking up? And hacking my devices, which I noticed the other day. Remember, we heard the audio interference on the live feed, and I said, they're doing it again. I remember thinking just yesterday, I said the other day, that, it was quiet. My laptop wasn't having issues. Obviously, they weren't tapping into the device, and all of a sudden, here they go again. Well, now they've been doing it to the point of either doing the SIM swap or whichever combination that they're doing. So I'm not getting proper messages or contact. That the doctor's like, yeah, we've been trying to contact you, says your number's, no, my number's fine. But they've been messing with my devices again. Why? Because Cameron Adam Merchant was in the military. He was in the army, you see. Yeah. Then he got out of the military and was a bounty hunter. So I've got a literal trained assassin and a literal trained stalker who's been after me. Not very smart, but predatory. Just like you, bitch. So they know what you're doing. And they know who you are, and they know who you've been working with as a group. I've had 2 awful, toxic exes gang up together. Both of whom were stupid enough to fumble me. One of whom was stupid enough to listen to the gossip of the other one, who knew he was never going to get me back because he was jealous that the other one still had a chance. And now that was years ago. Okay? But when one toxic ex gossiped to the next one, in order to encourage him to sabotage what could have been a healthy connection. They chose to gang up on me together. And not just the two dudes, but their new girlfriends. So how over me are you if you're all still obsessing over me together, and even to the point of hacking my devices? Not speculatively. I sent the laptop out to the laptop company. They replaced it with a brand new device, and then they started hacking that one too. Same thing with the phone company. Full out separate company, separate device. The laptop and the phone companies don't come from the same place. They're different companies. And then also they were doing it through the Wi-Fi. And they were stupid enough to do so to the point where the internet company noticed there was hacking on the line and contacted us directly to let us know, you're stupid. So it's George Clinton Eisworth, the sperm donor rapist, Cam and Adam Merchant, who I met when I was like 18, who's the only military person I've ever been with. Haven't seen or spoken to him in years other than to tell him to piss off when he stalks me, which I've noticed even this week. Like I said the other day, all those toxic exes have been making their rounds. These idiots have been leaving their digital footprint on my feed. Again. I'm not coming back. You're not getting a chance with me again. Fuck off. I always outranked you. The difference is I know it now, and then I leveled up since then, and you didn't, you downgrades. Ingrades. Peasants. Trash. Don't. So there's that. Idiot. I do know that one of the local stalkers, though, posts about their ties to Florida and recently posted about Jacksonville, which this idiot also has. I've been picking that up for a while, in fact. Of course you do. There you go. Document that for the cops, too. It's more than just the cops now. You broke big federal laws when you came after me, especially the way that you did. On top of that, I only had to go to the doctors. I only had to contact the doctors to get a refill for this inhaler because it's stress-induced asthma. When these people don't leave me alone, it triggers the combat veteran response in me. It's complex PTSD, and that triggers inflammation, and so that requires sometimes a rescue inhaler. So the same people stressing me out have caused me a temporary need for an inhaler, and then I went to go get the inhaler situation fixed, and the same people stressing me out to the point of needing the inhaler have been messing with my devices to block my communication from my doctors so that I can't even get into the doctors to get the fucking prescription for the injuries that they're causing. And that's the same type of shit that they've been doing with court dates and stuff, which is why it dragged out for 10 years. If not, then mail tampering. Fraud. Theft. Harassment. I'm also hearing embezzlement. And they did take some life insurance policies out too. Oh, and then stole the inheritance from my daughter and I. It's also why they've been holding her hostage. They needed a justifiable excuse because I sure as shit haven't seen a dime of that, and I know damn well neither has she. You're going down, pigs. You're done. Finito. And it was just like I told the cops yesterday. You pick that case back up and handle these assholes, or I'll drag your asses to Supreme Court with George. I'll put you all through the ringer, the way you tried to do to me. Next. Except here's the difference. I will throttle your asses and wring your fucking necks with the truth. I will make you rue the day you were born. Service with a smile, bitch. So that's exactly. So same people who are trying to hurt you or make you sick on some level or trying to block your healing. And yeah, that's what they've been doing the whole time. See, that's the thing. They were the ones who caused the injuries in the first place. Without idiots like that, we wouldn't have problems to solve around it. Imbeciles. And then they fuck with your finances because it makes it hard to get help or healing, doesn't it? It's a whole tactic. It's a weaponized form of domestic abuse. Even when you get rid of them, they try to find ways to still fuck with you. Piece of shit ass George. And as a result of his lies and perjury to the court and exacerbation and dragged out domestic abuse, my daughter just spent her 12th birthday without her mother. Illegally. So it'll all be fixed. He'll rot in prison or in a grave, depending on which one he makes it to first. She will be in my sole custodial care. We will never see him again or have to see any of those people again. I will not be staying here. I told my mother yesterday, I'm getting the hell out of here. Hope you know that. Like, I know I've been saying it, but I'm done. I'm gone. It's wrapping up. And that's that. They might have dragged out a cycle that wasn't supposed to be in the first place, but I was biding my time. You can only get away with stealing and lying for so long before it all catches up with you and crumbles down, and it has now. It is. Checkmate. Bitch. Motherfucker. Cheers. Oh, and by the way, Supreme Court classifies what George has been doing, it's called parental alienation, as child abuse. So there's that. They've already ruled in my favor. It's not a matter of debate. He's already violating a law that the federal court deemed was a law a long time ago. It's not an argument. It's not a debate with me, bitch. You're trying to compete with federal court. I'm gonna one-up everything you say. I'm just citing laws and facts. You're an idiot, George. Let's see, shall we? Let's see. Let's do some psychology and behavioral science. You little punk. Family of rapists and enablers. The Eisworths. Let's go. I'm pulling up that Supreme Court link. Hold on. Yeah, it's Boudica. It's that Boudica energy coming through.
your fingers.
Somebody's angry. I love that line.
Exchanging the yes in silence with something unsaid and both ends. Surely we know the difference.
Sweating now, aren't you? Love it.
Be a provider. Guarding you with silk like a spider. Roll or die, you bet I'm a rider. You're outer shell, your secret insider. And your
It's in the description box. If you click the three little dots, usually it's three dots up here, there will be a pull down menu. It says description. It's in there. It is the link to the Supreme Court's website, the government's website, where they have a whole page of a law structure on parental alienation, specifically verbatim. It's titled Parental Child Abduction is Child Abuse by Nancy Faulkner. Nancy Faulkner. This was put out in 1999, it says. Presented to the United Nations Convention on Child Rights, June 9th, 1999. Nancy Faulkner, 1999 to 2006, it says. PhD, she's a doctor. Okay? So when George tries to argue this point, he's not arguing with me. I'm just citing facts from the Supreme Court. He's arguing with a doctor in the Supreme Court. Meaning the law is not on his side. Just because dirty cops or incompetent cops fumbled their jobs because he has lawyers and judges as uncles and aunties in the system who've been pulling favors for him, including concealing his arrest records. Yeah, that means nothing. Getting away with things for a while means nothing when it all comes down in the end, especially where there are children involved, and he exposed my child to pedophilia. Here's something George used to say about his drug dealer. He told me about this before his drug dealer got caught, or when his drug dealer got caught. Yeah, the thing about people like that, you mean people like you, George? Addict. Is that they do things that they shouldn't, criminal things, illegal things, for a while, and they get away with it for a while. You know what I'm getting? Almost like how somebody who uses drugs kind of gets numb to it for a while, like they have to up their dosage in order to feel the effects. It's kind of the same thing. The more they get away with it, the more desensitized they get to it. And so they don't even think twice about, could I get caught? Because they get so comfortable not getting caught. It's like upping the drug, upping the resistance. But anyway, he said they get away with it for a while and then they get cocky or they get confident. They think they're Superman and then they let their guard down and they get cocky and that's when they get caught. Well, that's exactly what he's done. It was good advice. He just didn't take it because he's not very smart. 444. Nancy Faulkner. Faulkner. He does not believe in his superior power, lacks common sense and vision. Yeah, well, here's my toxic trait. I expect people to have common sense, and then sometimes I still get a wee bit upset when they don't, especially when there are children involved. Extravagance, spends more money than one has. Yeah, that's why he's been stealing from me. First of all, they don't rob empty houses. Second of all, if he had what he claimed to, his broke ass wouldn't be stealing. Ruin, waste, false reasoning, manipulated by desires. Exclusive. Is he still stealing from you? Yes, has been. That never fully stopped. Exclusively rational mind, cold appreciation, pocket watching bitch. Critical and limited mind, fucking punk. January 31st, somebody's like, well, a man's supposed to like take care of you and provide for you. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I wouldn't let him get close enough to me to throw me across the floor, punch a hole next to my face, or strangle me, or steal my wallet from my bag anymore. So he decided to hold my child hostage and then file fraud through the system to have them strong arm me for him, pretty much. That was his decision. Tax fraud and all kinds of shit. As if that wouldn't catch up to him eventually. And there's not a federal paper trail of it. Idiot! Ooh, somebody's like, well, you chose him. I was young and dumb and 18 years old. I am not fucking 18 anymore. And he is too old to be behaving like that. Motherfucker. Excuse yourself. Get a grip. Don't drop it. Critical and limited mind. Don't expect niceties from me, rapist. Here's another thing. His mom told me she used to rock him for like the first number of years of his life in the nursing chair, and she'd whip out that tiggle bitty and pop it in his big fat fucking face. And she'd sing him, Georgie Porgy, puddin' and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. And she wondered why she raised a rapist with no boundaries or respect for fucking women. Jesus Louises. Valeria tried to tell him go to rehab, but George said no, no, no. Somebody said, don't tell me his mom's name is Valerie. Yeah, why do you think I sang that line? Don't go chasing waterfalls. Critical and limited mind. January 31st, February 4th, May 24th. Somebody says, how are you able to go up and then down? Because the up is a trigger. I'm a little upset as a mother for my child. But I'm also a healer. I'm very good at self-regulating. I shouldn't have to. This motherfucker should not be in my life, nor causing these problems, or concerned for the well-being of my child. When my 12-year-old daughter comes home, I have to go get her STD tested now. I'm not very happy about that. After what they put her through. That's not a nice thought. But that's also why I am so motivated to get her out of there and the regulation and balance that she needs, because she's not being helped there. In fact, that's why they're complaining that she's still been struggling. Gee, I wonder fucking why. It's a mystery. Idiots. Because you take her away from the one place of stability and actual functionality and intelligence that she had. Take her away from the person who spent all that time investing in her learning and education and brain growth and stimulation from the time she was born. I taught her sign language before she was 6 months old. She could tell me what she wanted, needed, hot, cold, hungry, thirsty, milk, water, juice, apple, whatever she wanted. Before she could say words out of her mouth, she could sign it with her hands. You know why? Because I spent the time with my child. I didn't just plop her in front of a TV. I actually spent the time developing with her. We read at least a few books a day, at least 3 books a day, usually 3 songs a day, definitely Hack and Sack, but usually also You Are My Sunshine, and also there was another one too. Okay. So of course, when you have a good mom who invests all that time and energy and education and what have you into their child, and then you rip the child away from that healthy environment, they're going to spiral. And that's what happened. But instead of leaving us the hell alone, they decided to say, oh, look, she must be crazy like her mother. She's crazy. Her mother thinks she's a medium. You know, I talk to my doctors weekly about being a psychic. They know I'm not crazy. They believe you're a piece of shit, though, George, who needs to go to jail, who should have been in prison a long time ago. Well, why haven't I? Because the doctors need subpoenas, and subpoenas need lawyers. And you know better. You know damn well why, George. This state of Maine is the only state that does not provide. It's the only one of 50 states that does not provide attorneys for people who need help. Did you know that? This particular state. Somebody says, so it just sits in limbo until you can get the proper help. As he sits there and points fingers and says, see, it's happening, so it must be all right. I'm continuing to domestically abuse the woman and child I got away with domestically abusing, in other words, he says. So it must be all right. Fucking idiot. See how all right it is when they toss you in there with the big boys. Right in the pen. A clink. Good riddance. You make me want to pull my battle paint out, bitch. No wonder your parents are ashamed of you. October 20th, December 30th, March 11th, 8:40, 8:59. Yep. Condemnation, told you, pointing fingers, using justice for the sole purpose of material gain. There it is. Seeking to win, rivaling others. So like lying and doing whatever, cheating to win at all costs. False witness, I told you, perjury, false evidence, flattery, unfair trial, adversity. I mean, these people even made fake accounts with my name and photo and sent themselves messages and claimed it was me, took screenshots of it and sent it to court to try to set me up. Like, that's how they were getting away with this for a while. That's what they did. I didn't do shit to these people. They did shit to me and then played the victim so that they could try to get away with it. No. And I can prove every lick of it. I have every single court transcript from the last 10 years, a copy of it, in my filing cabinet. Also, do you know how expensive that was? And how long it took me to get all of those? Do you know how many cases there have been over the last 10 years? Too many, because it's called frivolous litigation. They've been lying and cheating and making a mess of things. Okay? And I had to fill out paperwork, extensive paperwork for every single one, and confidentiality paperwork for my phone number and my information on every single one, and they fumbled that too. This place is a shithole. These people turned Eden into the devil's den, and I want out. I'm leaving. Like Lot, and I won't look back. Biblically so. If you know, you know. Unfair trial. Adversity. And in some cases, there was no trial. Remember when I said they would tamper with my mail? Yeah. Well, guess what? Guess what only comes through the mail? Court papers. Often financial papers, especially through the federal government. They don't call you for that shit. So if somebody is stealing your mail to tell you when to show up to court for a court date and you don't, guess what? A judge will just grant them whatever they're asking for. Will give them whatever they're asking for based on the lies that they're telling. And you know what? Because you never bothered to show up, it's called a default or a defaulted order. They just hand over whatever they're asking for, and they never even have to show any evidence to prove that they're telling the truth. Just based on the sheer fact that you didn't show up because they stole your paperwork. So you wouldn't know to. They're just given whatever they want. But you see, they hire friends and family and shitbags who are criminals that work in the system or who know the system enough to work it that way to help them. And they pick targets who they think are easy targets because they're all alone. But it took all of them to come after one woman. What does that say about my strength versus their punk asses? Bitch, move. So there's that. My doctors know all about you. And they're ready to testify against you. They're just waiting on the paperwork because their bosses say it needs to be in place. Stupid, petty people. It's very common. It's the second time this week that this has come up. The first time it was a karmic female. Well, you've been saying A, B, and C is going to happen, that I'm going to get caught, that you're going to get justice for a long time, and I still haven't gotten caught, and you still haven't gotten justice, so I don't think it's going to happen. I think I've gotten away with it. I don't think... You're fucking stupid. And it's going to hurt you a lot more when the universe rips the carpet the last of the way out from under your feet. Good riddance. Don't mind me, I'll just be over here giggling. Told you so. Oh, all the way straight to the bank, too, by the way, bitch, a couple times. Thanks for that. I get the last laugh. Scandal, baseness, corruption, dishonesty, falseness. Confused, entangled situation. Moving away from the truth. They were lying. Dark period. June 16th to June 21st, April 7th, June 21st, September 4th, November 16th, January 25th, 5:40 a.m. to 5:59 a.m. It's giving Boudica. I'm picking up the Boudica energy, I'm telling you. Except for this time, man. Artificial and illusory prosperity, right? It was like a social Ponzi scheme. They go around and try to flaunt money, but they don't want people to know they stole it from me first. Discord, poverty, profound insecurity, waste of money and energy, search for artificial paradise as if more will make him happy. No. Theft, greed, abuse of power, existential struggle. Somebody said Britney Spears is like the Britney. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of what happened, kind of how they played it a little bit. And you know what? Britney's literally my middle name. I'm not joking. My middle name on paper is Brittany, bitch. Stay seated. Oh, by the way, the name Brittany is based after Britain, Great Britain. Or at least that's the origin of the name, that particular one. The other one, Alex, yeah, it means protector of mankind, warrior of mankind. Hoorah! Don't fuck with me. Send your little soldiers and shit, dude. I will floor you. Somebody says, I don't understand how you can be so calm. This, what you see is me finally just popping off a little bit after quietly documenting everything I've been noticing for weeks at minimum. But I've been quiet, bitch. I'm an observer. I wait for the opportune moment. Now, in this case, I'm picking up that I need to whistleblow on this because this motherfucker's trying to set me up again. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste the time. But I'm picking up that he's trying to pull a setup behind the scenes. And so I need to shed some light on it so that A, it can't happen, or B, if he tries, people already know what the scoop is. Maybe he'll be smart enough to stop and think twice. He's not usually, but we'll see. Just based on the pattern, he hasn't been, because a smart person wouldn't have come at me at all, let alone fucking sideways and out their neck in the first place. But he's not smart, because he did that and then some. War, division, separatism brought a battlefield to my front doorstep and used my child as a piece of leverage in between. What a piece of shit. For money at that. And attention, like a whore. Do you know why he goes around calling me a prostitute, lists me as a prostitute online? Because he actually fucks people for money or drugs. That's how much of a junkie George has been. Oh, here's another one. Some of that money that he stole, they went and some of it was like tax fraud. They got stimulus and all kinds of shit through the government by claiming extra money on my daughter who they should not have had in their care, and went and got his teeth fixed because he smoked so much crack. You know, they've been talking about, is that crack? Are you smoking crack out of your medical cannabis pipe that a doctor has written prescriptions for? Like, idiots. You know why they're saying that? You know why that's been a thing lately? Why? Because some of the people after me are crackheads. Like, why are they coming after you? Some of them are jealous. Some of them are also literally on crack. It's not a joke. They're addicts. Sometimes it's both. But they're literally coked out. Idiots. Your brain is mushy and fried, but you think that you're making good decisions and coming at me? You can't even process the things that I'm saying right now. To the point where I know you want to argue, but it's because your brain is mush, kiddo. Now, I might sound a little ferocious, but you deserve it, nitwit. Quit barking up my tree. Ladies don't start fights, but I sure as shit will finish them. Cheerio. Also, I will not apologize for how I choose to repair what you had no right to break in the first place. Thank you very much. You could have left us the hell alone. Wealth sought and obtained through illicit means. Now he's scared. Now he's worried about the future. Because riding on my coattails and using me as a stepping stone isn't working anymore. I warned you about trying to do that. Eventually people stand up and dust their shoulders off and you lose your balance, don't you, bitch? Guess where you end up? Underneath my boots this time. I suggest you run. Now you're pinned up in the same corner, backed into the same wall by your jugular that you wanted me in. It's not so fun when little rabbit's got the gun, is it? Oh, little bunny. Metaphorical gun in this case. But after trying to throw grenades at me, you were caught red-handed with a smoking gun, weren't you? Except for now, it's mine. Smoking gun in regards to the exorbitant amounts of legally binding evidence that I've been documenting for 10 years. I've been covering things up and I got away with things for 10 years. Yeah, but I've got 10 years of a paper trail showing that you did that. You're going down, bitch. Temporary win. You celebrated too soon. I was biding my time and you're fucked. Should have left the children out of it too. But you see, that's the only thing that they thought that they could use as leverage. They tried everything else first, and I was just so nonchalant. And even when they were damaging my money, until it was like to the point of devastation, I just was quiet and kind of kept building and was kind of nonchalant about it. You know why? Because it's fucking paper. Money is murdered tree slices, chunks of metal from the ground. It is replaceable. My daughter is not. Now I'm gonna haul your ass to Supreme Court, you pig. You scrawny little runt. You bulbous-headed imbecile. You are the biggest mistake I ever made. And the person I wish I'd never met. I do not regret my daughter. I wouldn't use George as a doormat. He's not clean enough. Happy Halloween, bitch. That's what you get for trying to join a cult to take me down. Stupid. All of them against one me. Bad bitch. They infiltrated the domestic violence center. They infiltrated doctors' offices. And I'm still here and still going. You might have created some temporary setbacks, but you did not stop me. You did nothing but cement your own really atrocious future. And that ugly, ugly karma, oh bitch, it's tearing you to shreds now, isn't it? I know it is, and it's not done. We're just getting started. October 24th to October 28th, May 3rd, July 17th, September 30th, December 11th, February 19th, 2 p.m. to 2:19 p.m. Absence of love, possessiveness, jealousy, passion, fear of loving and being loved, hatred, war, non-reconciliation, hypocritical, deceives others, manipulating to obtain favors of those in power, resentment, malevolence, hostility, May 1st to May 5th, March 29th, June 11th, August 26th, November 7th, January 17th, 2:40 a.m. to 2:59 a.m. So somebody's asking what these dates are: birth dates, death dates, anniversaries, when their karma is coming back, when they committed whatever offense that is problematic. Also, so that you are aware that I am not just like saying random stuff. I mean, it's going to be backwards, but you can still see. Screenshot, flip it, and reverse it if you want. Human distortions, it means they're karmic. Also, just for giggles, what's my energy, God? If I'm wrong, tell me, of course. And I'm not, but exactly. Oh, that's funny. Reconciliation, harmonious family relationships. So this is my daughter coming home, for example. Loyalty rewarded, services appreciated, ability to bring out ancestral wisdom, humanities and social sciences, behavioral science. Hello, right. Mediator, peacemaker, return to lost paradise, inheritance. What did I say? The inheritance theft, donations, sharing of possessions, bringing people closer, reestablishing links, and loving peace. Facilitating learning, loving studying, successful exams, omniscience, going from the... No, mind you, I continued to push through those injuries, running and relaunching multiple businesses, even rebuilding my body. Like I'm getting my body back on track right now. I'm not even close to at my peak. I'm getting myself back up from the rock bottom he beat the shit out of me to put me in. And recruited help, often by paying them with money he stole from me first to do it. Blood money. Bitch, that's my money. That's my blood on it. And I'm coming to collect every red cent. You don't get a lick. Facilitating learning, loving studying, successful exams, omniscience, going from concrete to abstract, from reality to ideas, from law to spirit, from spirit to science, from science to poetry and analogy. Gifted in science, technology, and poetry. Understanding of geometry, astronomy, astrology, and mathematics. Conscious of cosmic organization, like divine alignment, how they're catching karma, how the universe saw that and is absolutely dispensing it accordingly, for starters. Also, karma misses no beats, knows no deadlines, and if you move, it will get a copy of your new address. Don't think you can outrun it. That's not how that works. But you're foolish for trying. Stupid people. This is the analogy I'm getting, who's not even a good student thinking that they can run a whole school, like a dean or... Bitch, you can't even pass first grade. Spiritually speaking or otherwise. Goodness. I know who I'm talking to. You were dumb enough to try me, like we've already established. I know you struggle in some areas. But that does not give you an excuse to go bully other people to the point of concussions. Because that's what he did. And I still pushed through. I still am. Inspiring scientists and philosophers, conscious of cosmic organization, good concentration, development of knowledge, anticipation. Protecting against calumny, spells, and trickery. Right, like I've noticed it, and I wasn't about to sit here quietly and let people either be affected by it or let these people think, well, in some cases, yeah, let them think they're getting away with it, but no. No, I know what you're doing. It's not working, and you are catching hell for it on the flip. On the interim. How about that? How does that taste? How does that taste? Aww. Bit like my toes in your teeth, eh? Bite the bullet. Like a swift kick to the face. Maybe that'll slap some common sense into you. I doubt it. It's worth a shot. Kidding, mostly, but don't piss me off. Good concentration, development of knowledge, anticipation, protecting against calumny, spells, trickery, exorcism through knowledge, teacher, and excellent pedagogue. Also, so that you know, I'm not making it up. It's right there. It's reversed, but you can flip it and reverse it if you want to. Okay, and then there's this one. Okay, all right. Somebody said, holy shit, you really weren't? No, I figured it was only fair if I was going to, although he deserved it, don't bark up my tree and in my energy field and then expect me not to strip you bare. Now lay your ships bare. Adele, rolling in the deep. Heard. See how I leave every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire burning in my heart and it's bringing a fevered pitch and it's leaving a fevered pitch and it's bringing me out of the dark, right? The scars of your love remind me same cards are coming out. Hereditary illness. Oh, this is a different card, but a lot of the same things. Family problems, dissension, unfair trial, told you. Office, ruin, holding on to the past, bigoted, racist. Well, you've seen him do that too, even recently. Nationalist, narrow-minded, egoism. I have the screenshot still, and so do the police. Social disorganization and disorder, hereditary illness, September 13th to September 17th, April 25th, July 9th, September 21st in the afternoon, September 22nd, December 3rd, 11:20 to 11:39 a.m. Wow. Unstable, tumultuous, emotional life, competitive, perverted, aversions, fights, quarrels, vulgarity, overly emotional, told you. Spitefulness due to lack of recognition of one's errors. So they don't think they were wrong in hurting us, but they think it's wrong that we speak up about it. So they think that they're justified to bully us for speaking out about how they bullied us, but they don't think they're wrong for bullying us in the first place, or again for speaking about how they bullied us. Do you hear how fucking asinine you are? Get a grip. Thank you very much. How does the backfire on that death magic taste? Boo. Spooky bitch. Careful. Don't play with me. God's very sensitive about me. Chosen. And they worsen their karma when they do that. I've been talking about that all week. They'll get karma, and instead of acknowledging that they're catching karma for hurting us, they'll get mad that their life is unhappy for them, and then they'll come and try to take it out on us as if that's not what got them that bad karma in the first place. It doesn't make it go away. It does make it worse. They're not very smart. Conflicting, rebellious spirit, pride, blasphemy, rivalry, animosity. December 8th to December 12th. May 12th, July 26th, July 27th, October 9th, December 20th, February 28th, February 29th, 5 p.m. to 5:19 p.m. And it's a very vulgar, vicious energy. That's why I have responded with such a ferocious energy. This is a rapist. This is a domestic abuser. This is somebody who's had it out for me to the point of not giving a fuck if their actions literally kill me. And they have almost a few times. So, fuck you and your fucking feelings. Including about how the sharp tone of my voice hurts yours. I'm so mean for telling you, fuck you for trying to kill me. George, get a grip. And you don't get to pull the manslaughter shit at this point either. You know why? Because I said, hey, you're hurting me. It's causing me harm. I'm having to go to the doctors because of this. And when you continue to do that, you now know that you're causing harm. You now know that there's medical intervention being had. And beyond that, you try to interfere with the medical intervention to continue to injure or re-injure people. You are going to prison for attempted murder. Bitch. You thought you got away with bullying Del Rey to death. Think twice. When he thinks it's a riot right now, you won't in a minute, boyo. There's that. So let's go back over here because I wasn't actually planning to pull those out. What a dark, twisted person. You see how it required such a warrior goddess response, huh? Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Big mad, so attacking, requiring a big defensive response and tone. Boy, you don't scare me. You're a punk. What kind of bitch-ass man steals from and targets women and children? What? You're a little scrawny-ass hyena going after an injured bunny rabbit. You're a fucking weak-ass bitch. You rabid dog. You know what they do with those. You can't fix rabies. Of course, I'm speaking spiritually right now. $522. But he's bound to piss the wrong person off someday. If he doesn't end up in prison or a grave first.
No. Do you like his music? No.
What did I tell you? Hackers, gang stalkers, white-collar criminals, doppelganger, assigned to bring you down by any means necessary. People trying to attack on the inside or from the inside or going through like friends, family, mother, brother, etc. to do so. You got them big, mad, pissed off. They're mad because of your success. High energy, the way you walk, talk, and dress, and it is why I continue to do so also. Despite everything that they have done, not to spite them, in spite of them and all the blockages they tried to destroy us with. Your spiritual team and ancestors and spirit animals are showing you dreams, signs, and visions about your haters. Pay close attention and keep a log of those spiritual warnings. I've been telling you too. In fact, copycat bitch, everything you do and say, they say it and did. They say they did it first. Beware of this person and avoid them at all costs. Tell me about the setup, because I was picking up something about yesterday, like a false police report or something. And then today it's like, it's something different. It's like to push false paperwork forward into something worse, like a criminal case or something like that in a court. somebody says, so basically they're trying to take it from paperwork to jail or something like that. Yeah, it's a setup. And they think that they can do this because they've done this before. And I wasn't the first victim. And they did it more than a few times to me. And then they tried it again after that. But they weren't able to do it because I figured out their fucking tactics. And I'm smarter. Much smarter. Took them all these years to take me down. And I'm still going. Yeah, I'm hurt now and healing. But they wanted me dead a long time ago. They thought it would be an easy target 10 years ago. And they're still struggling to take me out. All by my fucking self. With 2 cats. Oh, what a joke. What a big, tough, brawny ass man you are, George Eisworth. What a big, tough guy. Ew. Haters performing spell work to cause mechanical breakdowns, family crashes, or issues in your car or family car. It's also a death spell variant. Cleanse your home spiritually by burning Palo Santo sage. Anything else? A bunch of card spell. Let's see what fell first. They'll go missing once shit hits the fan and you find out it was them doing these things to you. Well, that's why I'm calling it out. I know. But now so do you. Someone you know is trying to cause chaos and fights in your love life using spell work. Told you, it can be family, ex, or someone close. People that are just jealous. It may feel like your haters are winning this battle because you do not see their karma. No, I'm telling you. I've been telling you. They're lashing out the way that they are, some of them right now, because they're catching karma so bad, and they either don't care because they're so unhappy that they just want to lash out, or they're not putting 2 and 2 together that they're unhappy because they're catching karma for lashing out and not minding their business in the first place. You do not see their karma. Oh, I do. But your spirit team is whooping their asses. I told you. I know. Do not focus on their karma. Focus on your healing and victory over your enemies. They cannot stop you. A group are plotting and planning for bad things to happen to you. However, it's not going to work. They've done this before. And they do it every time they notice somebody getting more success in business. They target again or harder. Russ said it. Every time I big myself up, they get stressed out. Russ. Exposed or Sore Losers. I think that's Sore Losers by Russ. Yep. My confidence plus my success is just a mirror for some. It forces them to look around and see what they haven't done. And that's a line for all the haters. They are mad at themselves, judging every move I make, but they distracted themselves. You'd rather sit around and bitch and make comments. Suit yourself, be miserable. I'll be country hopping in the jet. That's the visual. I saw it coming in my hoodie with my plaid flannel. Knowing I'm full-ass goddess, part mammal. Watch me turn my life into the Travel Channel. These haters have a daily routine of performing bad spell work on you. Told you. They're spending money on spell work that doesn't work. You're spiritually connected and protected. That's also why they're mad. They're wasting their money on shit that doesn't work, and I'm over here just talking to God successfully with answers and responses and support, and also the ability to give that to others. How funny. Guess you learn that you don't have any kind of protection when you try to fuck with a chosen one, eh? Or her child, or both. That was not smart of you. That was not smart of you at all. I think it's funny. Hater trying to perform hexes to cause you to, told you, fail at your business. If it's not business, it's love. Sometimes they attack anytime they think someone is moving into a healthy love connection, or even just friends. They want people to be isolated and alone because they want people to be unhappy. And they also think that it's easier to bully and abuse people when they're alone. It's a tactic, just so you know. Haters are recruiting more narcissistic people to come up against you. Take a break and spend time with yourself, pamper yourself, enjoy yourself, or pray. Extra emphasis on that. You have the victory. Okay, anything else? Did we read these, all of these? I think so. Let's just do one more shuffle. Oh, I heard provider again. Tap into your intuition. You know who the person doing this is. I know. I already know. I already know. Hi, baby. Those are blank cards. Cameras, microphones in your house or somewhere you're residing, watching your every move, violating your privacy, getting a drop on you. If it's not that, it's the hacking. Like, what they're doing is they're trying to look through the cameras, for one. I keep tape over my devices, cameras, for a reason. And then I saw this meme once, actually, that said, I still laugh. There are two types of people in the world. People who stream live online and people who put sticky notes over their computer cameras. No, I do both. I am a third breed. I'm a hybrid of the two. Anyway. Or through the microphone. And if it's not that, it's just like trying to get into messages or block messages. They've done the SIM swap. I'm sure they do phone cloning and the whole burner thing. And like, these people are desperate. And if you're desperate to the point of trying to nose around into my device to see what I've got going on, to see what you can take or what you can sabotage, I can tell you're fucking losing it. Like, you've already lost your goddamn mind. And the last marble that you had rolling around in there a while ago. Desperate. To do what? It's not working. My doctors and I know that you've been interfering with the calls and devices. So do the police. So does a cell phone company. And a separate computer company. And then a separate internet company. Duh. Trying to see what secret information I might have that you could... I don't have anything to hide, though. You do. Quit projecting. I'm going to try to interfere with your medical... I'm just going to call and make sure to secure them myself. Thank you. Desperate. It's embarrassing for you. You're an embarrassment. And I know damn well that your daddy wishes he could have just scraped his cum off a window somewhere. Then let your mama have you. Your birth certificate, bitch, it is a apology letter from the condom factory. Move along. Desperate. They've robbed you and plotted on taking your life. This could be a family member or an ex. Something to do with a child also. Yeah, we know that. We know. Got here. So they stole your money and tried to kill you. Yeah. To do it and then get away with it. Fuck no. You will be the sacrifice that you tried to make me. Uno reverse. Like my toes in your teeth, right, bitch? Pucker up. Pie face. Yeah, they've been doing voodoo. They cannot defeat you. You are unstoppable. I hear 3 more. Spell bottles, puppets, and evil instruments made for you to be destroyed, buried your name in the graveyard. It says find someone to do spiritual work and cleanse the energy. Well, fortunately for us, I can do that. So it's not a big deal. But they definitely tried. That's 2. We need 1 more, right? You said 3. Let that actually just jump out. Hold on, what are these? Your spirit team sees all the bad things that they're doing and are not pleased. Haters have a price to pay. An old friend or enemy. This could be an ex too. Is upset about something that happened in the past and they want revenge. I hear I'm so sorry. Somebody is worse than yeah, it's way worse. I'm just giving you a baseline summary. They did a lot worse. It goes much deeper. It got real bad. Return to sender backfired on them. Right, like my toes in between your teeth. How's that taste? Throwing spell work at your front door. Yeah, so they've been trying to cause harm in the home. Like I said also, it's either love or family often. Hired spies to spy on you. Take a spiritual bath. Let's do 1 more from the center. Spying, it's just another spying card. Haters, spreading lies, we've talked about that. Slander, gossip. All your Bluetooth devices are tapped through the Wi-Fi or internet. Like I told you, it's not a secret. It's just, they're stupid. And they've been doing it for so long. They thought that they'd get away with it. But I don't think these idiots understand that while they've been stalking us, the federal government has been clocking them do it. And deep diving and investigation. Somebody said, nothing happened, nothing happened. Yeah, the fuck they have. Carmen says, I haven't seen anything. Do you genuinely think the FBI would tip you off to the fact that they were investigating you? You're really just an off-brand of non-intelligent, aren't you? Like, you're the store-bought, store-brand generic version of dumb. I don't even know how you get dumber than dumb, but you did. Like, being dumb is bad enough. How did you manage to become a knockoff version of dumb? You're mean. I'm honest. You're a bully, and you don't like that I'm giving that shit back to you. I don't give a fuck. Hey, okay, empath. You little racist prick. That's what you get. I want to know anything about those. You said something about this, like what, like false report, or here it's neutralized now. It doesn't matter. See what they had to say though on these final cards. Phone is tapped. Yeah, we know that. Haters want to use you as a sacrifice. What did I say? For their own personal gain, fame, money, etc. No. You literally did just say that. Yeah, I know. When you saw the cards just fly out, I'm just channeling and they're confirming. It's not my opinion. They get so mad at what I say. But you're arguing with God, you idiot. The karma. You see, you're still so stupid. You're so dead set on trying to force your fucked up, twisted, not even accurate agenda or perception about me onto me that you are refusing to acknowledge basic facts. This is cognitive dissonance. Oh, so you think you're good? I just said I'm channeling. Did you see me point to the sky? You're arguing with God. If I'm standing here channeling messages that are coming from the divine and you're arguing with those, you're not arguing with me. I'm just Siri spitting spiritual facts back at you. Okay? You asked a question. God has an answer. Bitch, I'm the mouthpiece today. You should listen. X and X is sending negative, jealous energy. Oh boy, we know. Mr. George Clinton Eisworth and co. Piece of shit. They hate to see you shine. Now, I'm just letting you know. Today is, because I'm picking up, oh, she's saying my name, she must be. I'm letting people know how much of a criminal you are. I'm letting people know who the name is that goes with the face of the monstrosities and atrocities that you committed. Oh, she's saying my name today. Often she avoids it. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with you. But when you get so bad and so evil that I have to call you out, you don't want your name involved at that point. You should have left it alone when I was okay with ignoring you. But you just had to push it and poke the bear, didn't you, bitch? Stupid. You know why? Because you're compulsive. And your brain is mushy. And all those drug overdoses, sir, didn't help. Being dead for more than 10 minutes at a time, unconscious without oxygen for more than 10 minutes at a time, multiple times, George, on heroin overdose at the Bangor and Brewer Hospital in Maine, 04405, zip code. Yeah, that didn't help. Oh, and his friend that used to bring him there while he was overdosing, yeah, he's dead from drugs now too. Last I knew. Pedophile also. Oh, he offed himself 2 days after I exposed him as a pedophile for inserting himself around my minor child in the process of her being held hostage. So they've been exposing my child to a sex ring of criminals. It's what it is. It's why they tried to traffic me online recently. You see? You don't think that there are reports and investigations about that? I have detectives pulling up IP addresses right now. Fuck off, George. I got away with it before. You underestimated me this time, boy. It's not the same thing. You're on the same old shit. It's a new day and a new timeline. You fucked up. Mommy and Daddy can't save you this time either. They're going to prison with you for helping. It's what you get for being an accessory. It's far beyond enabling at this point. It's called being an accomplice. Daddy footed the slush fund for him. Mommy lied for him in court. Claims to be a Catholic. Catholics don't do that shit. Not real ones, not good ones. Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not be covetous. You may not kidnap a child by lying out of covetousness, but that's what they did. They were jealous. They wanted access to what they had no entitlement or right to because they're not fit or safe people to be around innocent women or children. Clearly, look what they did. They lied to do it and then hurt both of us and then tried to silence both of us to keep us trapped in abuse. They wanted us to suffer and just be happy with it. Fuck you. That's what I feel about that. This hater's performing spells to get you into, told you, deadly car crash. This was not the card that came out earlier. It was a different one, but I did pick this one up. So there's both. Trying to make you lose your job, sabotage opportunities. No. Wanting you feeling moody, hopeless, desperate, depressed, wanting you to kill yourself. No. No. Sending demons and dark energies, unexplained bruises, scratch marks, etc. Cars being tracked. So they've been tracking people's movements. Spiritual. They're just saying cleanse it out. They're still being toxic. Just cleanse and move forward. Anything else? Archangel Michael and God says you're safe. I hear you did what you needed to do. Oh, I know. Is there, you want to, hold on. What about this? Rehearsing the past, rehashing the past, blocked. So he's mad. He's mad that I blocked him. I won't deal with him. Confused as hell. Oh, are you confused as to why your bullying tactics didn't work? I hear, yeah, because it worked before. I thought if I traumatized you enough and then tried to point fingers at your trauma symptoms, I could show people that you're crazy. No. You just show people that you traumatize the shit out of women and children because you don't know how to mind your fucking business, bitch. Yeah, look, that's funny. Love me, leave me. Leave me the fuck alone. Thank you very much. Now let's level this energy back out. That boy put me in battle mode. Little rat. There's one more I forget. Hold on, what is that? Hater wants to use you as a sacrifice. Phone is tapped. They hate to see you shine. Yeah, that's the main consensus. I've been telling you that. It's nothing new. We've been doing this for a while. You're just seeing the most recent resurgence of the cycle. That's all. So I heard that. No wonder you're so stressed. I mean, this would be stressful to deal with one time, let alone every fucking time you turn your back for years. Thank you. Right. That's right. Eventually it grates on you, especially after 10 of them. I don't apologize for being a cranky bitch some days. You deserve it. Hellfire. Holy water. You flipped the wrong side of the Gemini switch, honey. Not my fault. I treat people accordingly, George. You're just a shitbag, so I treat you that way. Don't rape women and then wonder why they don't want to deal with you. Don't be repulsive and then wonder why they don't want to deal with you. To the point where you feel like you have to force yourself on them. You fucking pig. You're disgusting. Oh, she doesn't want to deal with me. I didn't want to be a good person. I didn't want to be a parent, but I know she cares about this child. So maybe if I kidnap the child, I can force her to deal with me, or I can just bargain with her. Eventually she'll just give in. She'll want to see the child, so she'll just give in to whatever I'm asking for eventually. Or she'll hold out and put you in prison while recollecting her child. Get out. No, see this is the type of thing that George would like to twist and say, see, look, she's so crazy. She's so upset for no reason. I don't know why she's so upset that I raped her and then kidnapped her child and bullied her protected partner to death in 2016. I don't know why she could be so upset after I did all of those things just to try to drive her into the ground because I was mad that she wouldn't suck my dick or let me touch her ass. Mr. George Clinton Eisworth. Gee, I wonder why she's such a bitch. Because you're a fucking monster, pig. I treat people accordingly. Not everybody gets that version of me. You do. Because you deserve it. You don't deserve the goodness. You never did.
So I'm winning, stop focusing on me. Yeah.
Duality.
So many sore losers keep trying to talk to me. Y'all need to focus on winning, stop focusing on me. Yeah. 13,000 in Portugal, that's arena talk. You still on your train and then you eat the hard rappers with the get rich quick skin gimmicks instead of hating. You should focus on your
16th minute.
We're not side by side.
There's no split screen image.
I'ma be around forever
Like
like
a
a Springsteen ticket. I'm just bathing in success. Yeah, I rinse clean with it. I put my best foot forward
Like
like
on
a
a
Da
whiskey
Vinci
pivot.
pivot. I got blitzkrieg critics. They ain't wasting no time, but I ain't wasting no money. So I pay no mind. That's a lie I be snapping. That's my fault. I'm adjusting. The people spreading lies about me. Just hating and judging for the sake of discussion. In the hopes of some clout. Just been stressful. I just need some pretty hoes and some out. Put my home in the south. 10K square feet. Name your favorite rappers now. Let's play West Heat. Probably chasing a hit. Probably lost in LA. Probably paying for likes. Probably paying for plays. Probably owns a Corolla, but probably rents the Aventador. Business manager furious. Like, what the fuck did you spend it for? Fuck y'all, don't I'ma keep
On winning. I got angels all around me. Y'all can keep on sinning. Because there's no way you're gonna fucking up my limelight.
I spent $2 million just on tax or something like
Hindsight.
I was right all along.
Life of a dawn.
Writing songs, all those hooks, we'll fight to get on. You gotta see it way before it happens. Yes. I'ma be the greatest. I won't settle for next best. Got your girl in a birthday suit that's best dressed. Plus she likes girls who like Ellen DeGeneres. First class Emirates is how I'm flying. SUVs on the tarmac is how I'm arriving. Presidential treatment.
Ooh, this life is so good.
White skin, I can't believe it.
I got friends in the hood.
I know the love songs and melodies.
Throw y'all off.
Don't give a fuck about your face. That's
I know y'all soft.
people we know what face has got them for a reason. You use them for the gang culture aesthetic.
You're
You're
reaching.
reaching. A lot of kids are popping Zans and sipping lean now. A lot of rappers using Instagram to teach how. A lot of kids OD that you don't read about. Cause they don't follow rappers, they just follow feeds now. But I'm the bad guy for calling it out. I come in clutch with the truth.
Y'all are stalling it out. But only get in trouble when I speak the truth, which means you're getting fed lies every day. You fools, do your research before you try to speak on my name.
Rappers wearing CZs and leasing the chains. The beat's classic, I amaze myself. I'm a boss, I'm my own.
Yeah, I pay myself.
Fuck the capes of society,
I save myself.
Even after all the millions, bitch, I stayed myself. I still take my mind with me. Booty's still right here. New people think my bus got
In
here
a light year.
Fuck y'all, this ain't a Toy Story. I ain't Nigerian, save some white boy for me. Yeah, a lot of y'all girls I couldn't hit, but I'm the type to pass a pussy to stay home and couldn't hit. Never fucking chick, got that house, she got exes. I just bought a crib, I got guns, I got exits. Cameras at the entrance, try if you want to. Boogers told me God forbid they get you, I got you. I'm an idol, people treat me like Billy, singing and rapping, going platinum. People treat me like Drizzy, take the studio with me. Set up shop in the telly, I watch a lot of rappers talk, but then they flop like belly. There ain't shit you can tell me, you can say that shit. Fake condos before favors.
I hate that shit.
Yesterday turned down 150,000. I ain't tripping about it. I get that every week like allowance for my independent catalog. Fuck these rec league rappers trying to battle Braun. Stay in your lane, this is big business.
Move, bitch, get back like Chris Bridges.
I remember only selling like 6 tickets. Now I make the girls crazy like Sid Vicious. I could have played it different.
Could have silenced all my truth. Could have buddied up with people for the sake of looking cool, but it's not in me to be fake. I can't do it. I can see through it. This game is translucent. For the headline drama, traffic creates dollars. Because they're not up on game yet. Smooth rides aren't as fun to watch as train wrecks. Controversy is currency, controversy is clout. It's why my haters keep my name in their mouth, but y'all are hopeless. This is a decade of devotion. It's hard to stop my movement when I'm already in motion. This isn't luck, this is by design. I had to work in the dark for my light to shine.
A lot of people are doomed, they just quit too soon. A lot of rappers go broke cause they got rich too soon. Damn, my confidence plus my success is just a mirror for some.
Forces them to look around and see what they haven't done. And that's a line for all you haters. You are mad at yourselves, judging every move I make. You distracted yourselves.
You can do this shit too if you want it.
But you would rather sit around and bitch and make comments.
Oh well,
Suit yourself, be miserable.
I'm country hopping in the jet.
That's the visual.
I saw this coming in my hoodie with the
Black flannel.
I bet on myself, yeah, I had to give. I feel like I'm
Goddess, mammal.
Bitch, I turn my life into the travel channel. I'm not home, I'm in Stockholm. We hit it floor.
Next. Oh, now they're mad. Oh, now they're tantruming. Oh. Oh. Oh, you thought you'd pick an issue and do some energy harvesting? Oh. Wah. Oh no, she's playing music and vibing out. Wah. Yeah, I guess you misjudged the situation and the target, huh? Again. Smarty pants. In case you didn't catch that, that last one was sarcasm. Dum-dum.
Walmart's top.
Knockoff. You're like a Walmart brand handbag. Pretending to be designer. Trying so hard. But it just looks and smells like a cheap fake knockoff. Trash. Quality over quantity, bitch. You have neither. Next! Can't relate. Now, before anybody gets upset, what do you mean? The person that I just called out is a diagnosed narcissistic sociopath. A very abusive person who takes pleasure in abusing people and specifically seeks to target people he thinks he can get away with doing it to, who either won't speak up, won't be able to, or nobody will listen to. Vulnerable. That is predatory. That is a rapist going after a child. I do not feel bad for hurting his feelings or anybody like that. Ever. Not with the truth. I've lost plenty of sleep over concern for the well-being of other people, which is why I started having to whistleblow. I do not ever lose any sleep over whether or not it was the right thing to do. In fact, it brings me peace. And also would be an actual crime if I didn't speak on these things because I know about them. In fact, we've talked about the Supreme Court having a law, which I've linked in the description box of this video. If you click the little tab here and go to the description, you can find it and click it. It was written by Nancy Faulkner in 1999. Nancy Faulkner. But then there's another one called SHB1236. It's one word sequence, no hyphens, no spaces. SHB1236. All one string. You can Google it. It's basically failure to report. So if you know that there's a crime going on, or you know that somebody's doing something that could cause harm to someone else, especially a child, as I do and have, and you say and you do nothing about it, you don't speak up, you don't inform authorities so that they could stop and prevent a crime from happening, or intervene on it in the middle of it happening, or at least go in after it has happened and help the victims and get some justice, then you are just as guilty as the person committing the crime, and you are just as responsible for whatever harm comes to the victims. Because you had the opportunity to speak up, and you had the opportunity to call someone in to either prevent an issue before it started, to stop it in the middle of it happening, or to go and try to help the victim recover and get retributive justice against the assailant afterwards. You stripped a victim of their opportunity to get help when you did that, and you enabled an abuser, a criminal, to hurt someone else. That is what the law says, and you will be charged as an accessory and accomplice. So be fucking careful, and if you see something, say something. Or you'll end up like George and his little cohorts who are finding that I'll come after all of you for criminal conspiracy. Buckle up. It's not a fun ride for you. Won't be.
That she just can't touch. If at any time he's in the jam, she'll be by his side. But he doesn't realize he hurts her so much.
Now, to be very clear, when I say I don't mean I. I mean a team of federal agents and attorneys. Because I heard your evil little cackle, you imbecile. You nitwitted imbecile. You nimbecile. You're not very smart. So you get two words merged.
At all, 'cause he can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. So he goes out and he makes his money the best way he knows how. Another body laying cold in the gutter. Listen to me.
Now you're sweating. I feel that. Wow. What did I say? Drugs, poison, mountains, try to create obstacles. Right? I called him a pervert. Well, guess what? You know why I was channeling. God called you a pervert too. There's your confirmation, George. And the stalking, and the drive-bys, that came out soon. You don't think he stalked my house? You think wrong. And then he ganged up with a couple people, including a few couples. I told you about that earlier. Female, told you. Strangulation. Yeah, I told you. Told you about the strangulation. He likes to wrap his hands around the throats of women and children. You know, he did it to my daughter, too. Yeah, when she was 4 years old. Slammed her in a car seat and put his big-ass hand around her tiny throat. Also, he grabbed her face and squeezed her lips shut like a little ducky, really tight, like pinched her lips closed physically and held them shut. And when she was protesting because it was abusive and it was hurting her, then he strangled her. Oh, after bringing her into a bar at 4 years old, dragging her into the bathroom to hit her. So obviously, if he felt like he needed privacy in the bathroom to assault her, he knew he was doing something wrong. That was at Judy's bar in Bangor, Maine. She was 4 years old. George Clinton Eisworth. And I want you to know who did it. His whole shtick against me for 10 years is that the domestic abuse was hearsay. I never called the police on him. The neighbors heard him abusing me through the walls and called the police on him. And then just a number of months ago, his parents apparently had to call the police on him at their house, who he's been living with, in front of my daughter, because he's still a violent piece of shit. So the situations, the patterns with him being violent, they're still playing out even in different homes with different people. Why? Because I was never lying. I was just another victim. And so is my daughter. Oh, and the same parents who helped enable the situation and help him get away with this. Yeah, apparently they're who had to call the police, as far as I know. So the same people who helped him cover up his abuse all these years, for like 10 years. Now, he's too abusive for them to be able to handle. And they need police intervention when they were causing me to need police intervention and my daughter. They knew he was a monster. After I was already roped into the situation, and I think after I'd already had my daughter or was pregnant, they told me that before I met him, he robbed their bank. They tried to send him to federal prison, I believe, for robbing the bank. The Brewer Federal Credit Union. His parents also had an account there. He knew he had no money and overdrafted over $1,000 or something on purpose. And they were trying to go collect it and were getting ready to send him to jail. And his parents, who were members of the bank, said, please don't send our son to jail. We'll pay it off for him. So his mommy and daddy have been doing that shit since before he was 18. Now he's 34. Yep. Yeah, what a winner. Trip to the back 40. What's the back 40? Is that the woods? Yeah. Hi. Ron Moss. Really cool. Hi, Bri. Ron Moss. Super cool. I love that. I love when I watch my people's gifts expand. Oh, that's cool. I wonder why. That's super cool. Happened a couple times this week, didn't it? Pigs. Oh, dear. Get this. Yeah, I do need, actually. A whole pack. But yeah. Dating. Justice. Yeah. You're going to prison, George. That's it. There is no getting away with it. Now you're going to be in trouble for everything you did. And then you're going to get a second round of trouble for everything you did to cover it up. And then everything you did to cover up the cover-ups. Every time I exposed and whistle blew on them. You're done, boy. My mama said to start documenting everything when my daughter was 2 months old because she recognized the patterns of abuse in you that she saw in my father when I was an infant. Okay, kiddo? Mr. George Clinton Eisworth. And she's 12 years old now, and I have been. Since she was 2 months old. I will fillet your ass in Supreme Court. Sit down! Don't touch my daughter again. You will be sending her home. I am sending the government in to collect her for me. And they're going to haul your ass off to the clink. Right next. If you don't end up in a tombstone first. Which you also deserve, I would say at this point. But that's between you and God, so buckle up. I wouldn't count your favors on that one either. Because No, God's not a fan of yours. Boat. Right, you're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, sir. Yeah, joke's on you. Now you're feeling choked out by the truth. Huh? Choked out by the consequences of your actions, right? Oh, backed into the same corner you wanted me in. Pinned up against a wall by your jugular like you tried to do to mine. Isn't it funny how the tables turn? And it's not so funny when little rabbit's got the gun, is it? 32222. Checkmate. Didn't I tell you those tables always turn? Gift. And that's my gift from the universe, but you have no support. No divine support. And guess what? His mommy and daddy, who also apparently had to call the police and have him arrested recently for domestic abuse after helping him cover up the same thing that he did to me, helping him claim that I was a liar and that he wasn't abusive, only to have to call the police on him for the same thing. They're so mad. Why? Why did you do that? Why? Burial. There's nothing we can do, she exposed. And that is why I whistle blow. That is why. It makes it a lot harder for them to get away with things when people know what they're doing. And if they do try to do that shit, well, I told you. Now you know. It's easier to pin it on them, isn't it? Pin it to them. Because now you know what's up. The smart ones would stop. There were times where some of them did think, oh shit, I can't do that little plot anymore. So they would try to find a new one. The smart ones just know better. The smart ones just stop. Smart ones don't put themselves in that position in the first place, but these people aren't smart. It's impeccable. Gift. Somebody says, ooh, you're gonna get it for taking her child. Yeah. And all the undue pain and the time that they cannot give back. He walked in the day after Valentine's Day, 2017, so like end of 2016, and had his auntie lawyer hide his domestic abuse convictions just to claim that he was safe enough to have access to my child and I. And when he pulled favors with his auntie lawyer, who's married to a judge in the circuit in this very small town, like less than 5,000 population court, he got partial custody. And then he lied to get more custody. And then he just stopped sending her home one day. It was around the pandemic. And then he lied to try to get away with it. And then he lied again to try to keep getting away with it and asked for permission to continue it without consequence, wanting to still steal from me financially, but also wanting to strip me of motherhood criminally. No, boy. You have no testicles. So in other words, you're saying he had no case, so he lied and pulled favors from inside the system to get what he wanted. Yeah. And then to bully and beat the shit out of me to get away with it, or every time I tried to speak up or get help or protection. to retaliate against me for not just laying down and taking the abuse. You fuck yourself, you bitch. You choke on a fat cock, George. You trash, you piece of trash. You piece of shit, you landfill. What are you in for? I told him the tarot said he ain't shit. Look what's at the, I wonder what's in the crowning energy. What's at the root energy? You fraudulent piece of shit. You're going down now, boy. Paper trail. Water. God says cleanse it out. You know what's so funny? I was just hearing rain loud in my ears by... It's what started to calm me down, actually. I think I might hear the rain. If it's not rain, it's wind loud outside, too. But it's sleep token. Very therapeutic. Very cathartic. Please don't. Wash it away. Social media. Cult. I told you. These people were in a cult. I'm like, they bullied me out of the domestic violence center also. I won't get too deeply into this, but one of the people who was supposed to be a domestic violence advocate there was actually friends with the domestic abusers. And so I was being ganged up on at the domestic violence center by the same people who were supposed to be helping protect me from these criminals, but were actually allying with them, and not speculatively. Like, a domestic abuse advocate that works at a domestic violence advocacy center should not be friends with domestic abusers that her job is paying her to protect victims from on Facebook. But that's what she did. And then she quit her day job at the domestic violence center to go launch a spiritual business, run a cult full-time, working with people to try to call me crazy for being a medium, but then plagiarizing all of my spiritual content for profit and clout every day to try to destiny swap. Bitch, no. My domestic violence center that had the lawyer's office in it and a doctor's office in it. So when I had to leave there for security breach purposes, I lost my doctor and my lawyer in one day. George is never getting out of prison if he makes it in there in the first place. And if he doesn't make it in there, he's going to end up in a grave first. Not because I said so or wish so, not because of anything to do with my hands, but God is not happy with you, boy. And your mama should be able to tell you all about that. Act of contrition denied. Valerie. Valor lie. The Eisworth clan. Get out.
For so long, girl, you've worked.
It was a play on words in case you didn't catch that. His mother's name is Valerie and called her Valor Lie because she's a liar, pantaloons on fire. His last name, their last name is Eisworth. I call them the Eisworths because the whole lot of them is scum.
So long that I almost became just a stoic statue fit for no.
I want some Reiki. I do.
I don't wanna get in your way, but I finally think I can say that the vicious cycle was over the moment you smiled at me.
You can read in your dreams and I get music. It's so cool, dude. I love that. I really am excited for you. I'm glad that you've been tapping into that more. And also I'm glad that I can give you the space to help nurture that a little bit. Very cool. Yeah, mind control it. I split the deck. What's behind that? Yeah, wow, motherfucker. Mind control, so gaslighting, manipulation, like mental and emotional manipulation, and then caregiver in reverse. This is somebody who wanted access to people and situations, not to actually be a fit person to be in charge of anything, money, people, children, anything. No, just to have power and control and possession. And guess what? That's what abuse is. And also that's what abusers want. That is the motive, often. So he fit right into that textbook psychology article, didn't he? Would you like to know the doctor's name who diagnosed him as a narcissistic sociopath in 2014? She's a redhead. Her name is Eleanor Pankow. Pancoe, from Bar Harbor, Maine. He was diagnosed by Eleanor Pankow in Eden. Damn it. And then they tried to Stockholm syndrome both of us. And they definitely tried to abuse both of us by proxy. To conceal the abuse. To claim that our reaction to their abuse that they were trying to hide was just craziness. For no reason. You know what Mami Wata Tarot would call that? And I say this because she's the only person that I've heard say this before. The first person I've heard say this. Throwing stones, hiding hands, and crying wolf. If you know, you know. Can't be mad at me. Yeah, I called him a piece of trash too. But I shuffled the cards and I asked God, what's up, God? And God called him a piece of shit also. God upped the ante. I said he was a piece of shit. God called him a whole ass landfill. I told him he was a piece of trash. God said he was the whole ass dumpster fire. A hot one at that. Don't they burn trash in some landfills? Right, hot ass dumpster fire. Okay, so the message earlier was they can't stand to see you shine, but the advice from the holy team is shine. Shine from within. Also, inner child came out, so there's a level of healing, and I just was giggling, lighthearted energy about releasing. I had to hit the dark side, right? It was shadow work. But we alchemize that too. We turn pain into power over here. They don't know how to do that. Inner child. So if it's not about an inner child, look at the mother and the child over here. Mother like holding up a little baby. Yeah, well, topic and theme. Anything else? Advice? Healing. Shine from within. Don't let them dim your darkness. Don't let them dim your light, rather, with their darkness. Keep going. Hidden depths. Still waters run deep. They misjudge their targets for sure. Hope. Walk by faith, not by sight. Protection, because you have a level of protection they either did not see or definitely underestimated. Frankly, so do I. Keep going. Life energy. We're going to rebuild. These were energy vampires. Keep going. Wait for winter. Things are slowing down in regards to these heavy situations. Go outside. That's a good idea. Does anybody want to go outside and smoke with me? Impeccable. Wisdom. Motivation. I got you. Yeah, like my body went through it. That was a whole ass war veteran trigger trauma spiral. That one hit me for a second. I need to level my being out for a moment. But that little girl. You leave her alone. You should have left her alone. You should have sent her home. You should not have destabilized her. But now she's coming home to me. And that's that. Hi, baby kitty. Can I help you, my lovies? Want some breakfast? No, she's not. You don't have a choice. Yes, I do. There it is. But the underlying internal dialogue is actually, I'm nervous. I know I don't. I'm just trying to argue with you. And yeah, it's like it's an attempt at a confidence switch. I'm standing here sternly, confidently, honestly telling the truth. And that makes him feel some kind of way. That makes this energy feel some kind of way, not in a good way. So when a narcissist feels like you're confident, it makes them feel insecure. So then they try to project, hear this. They try to project false confidence. Because they think if they project false confidence, then they can make you feel insecure since your real confidence made them insecure. And then they think it's energy vampirism. And then they think if they can try to switch you from feeling actually confident, if they can bully you out of feeling genuinely confident, it will make them feel good about themselves. Your confidence makes them feel insecure. Your real confidence makes them feel insecure. So they think their fake confidence can make you insecure, but only because they feel like if they can make you feel really insecure with their fake confidence, their false confidence, then they can suddenly feel confident. Why? Because they only feel good when they're hurting you or bullying you, right? Yeah. So they need to pretend like they're not shaken over the fact that you're not shaken over their bullying, pretty much. And if they can do that, then they feel like they might be able to like fake it till you make it, fake their way into like, I guess, real confidence by projecting the false confidence, but only if they can project their real insecurity on you, though. That's why when a bully comes to try to bully you and you don't let them, they end up feeling worse about themselves because they were hoping to hurt your feelings to make themselves feel better, and they end up leaving with their feelings hurt when they can't throw those shitty feelings at you. It's all projection. Hi, babies. I love you so much. You just want love. Hmm? You just want the cuddles. It's okay. Choose a cuddle. So, anyway, that's been the scoop lately on those heavy energies. It doesn't surprise me that this is coming up. It's Halloween. Or it's kind of all comes to a head sometimes at that point. Especially with the energy shift. But it's alright. It's not okay. It's not the end. It definitely will be. Hi, my lovey.
Sure.
Yeah, see now some of them are crying and panicking and spiraling. Hi, babe. I'm hearing one is a karmic female. She thought I was faking. You thought I was faking, bitch? No. It's because you were projecting.
Don't take yourself so seriously. Look at you all dressed up for someone you never see. You're here for a reason, but you don't know why. You split and then leaving your hands to the sky. Surrender yourself. And I wonder why I tear myself down to be built back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I wake up young again. All that's left of myself, holes in my false confidence. And now I lay myself down and hope I wake up young again. In again. I filled the void up with polished out fake sentiment. Surrender yourself. And I wonder why I tear myself down to be built back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I wake up young again. All that's left of my.
You know what? I don't even think I showed you that card. Maybe I did, but like bulimia, anorexia, fear of getting old was a card that came out of the psychology cards for George Clinton Eisworth. So that makes sense too. Actually, I forgot about that line. There's hair in my mouth now. I don't think it's mine. It's fine. It's his. Comes with the territory of being a mom sometimes, I guess.
Do you like his music? No?
Let's feed me one click headshot. Somebody's angry. I just heard Zen. Yeah. Well. She's too Zen. See, they do this thing where they try to provoke an issue because they want me to pop off, like I said. Sometimes I need to slide my credentials back across the table and remind people of who they're dealing with, but they want me to pop off so they can say, see, look, she is crazy, or she is this, or she is that, but it freaks them out every single time when I just kick back and neutralize the trigger, basically, alchemize. Because their whole thing was, oh, look, see, she's on mine. She seems to be upset, and so I'm just gonna smear campaign. But they don't want to show people what they did to provoke an issue in the first place. Except for what happens, you see. Like, if they were to send people over here right now, my current demeanor would conflict with the majority of the smear campaign that they were sending. She's just crazy and wilding out. Because somebody who's crazy and wilding out wouldn't be able to ground themselves at all through a trigger, let alone level themselves out and keep going. But I do that repeatedly. You know why they think that, though? Because these people don't have any self-control. It's why they're causing problems in other people. It's also why they don't have the self-control to get their own fucking issues in check, so they don't cause problems for other people. Did you know that most people that are in therapy, or most people that need therapy rather, aren't getting therapy? Most of the people who are getting therapy are the people who were traumatized by people who need therapy and refuse to get it. That came from doctors. I'm just repeating it to you. From a medical professional standpoint, the people who are fucked up to the point where they need therapy don't get it. They convince themselves and try to convince everyone else that they're fine while they're going around and fucking people up to the point that we end up in therapy just to cope with dealing with them. No, bitch, that is a you problem. Everything gets better when you go away. That's another common denominator. These people who cause problems in our lives, they claim that we're the problem, right? Like, I have this. It's like every ex tried to say that you're the problem, but then you leave and your life keeps getting better because you're not dealing with an energy vampire or somebody who's causing you problems, holding you back, right? But their life still sucks. 10, 15, 20 years later, they're still doing the same shit with the same people, nothing has changed. Their life didn't get better when you left. It stayed the same or got worse. Your life got better when you left. It's because they were the problem. My life leveled up when I left because I didn't have people trying to harvest from me, set me back, cause problems. The right person won't do that, mind you. The right person will be a teammate you can build with, which I've also experienced before. But he died, so. Don't think it doesn't exist, though. I wish I hadn't done that. Yeah, I bet you do now. Or store smear campaign's not sticking. You made us look bad. Yeah. No, you made you look bad. I just didn't help you hide it. You tried to set people up. I made sure to Uno reverse that shit. and let people know whose fingerprints were all over it. There's a difference. I hear provider again. It's so loud. And I feel like this is a message about there's a divine masculine. I hear him. He's upset. This is a masculine who doesn't like. It's not that he doesn't like to hear it, but like don't keep things from me. I want to know what you've been through or what you're dealing with. He's saying, but he wishes that she hadn't had to go through it, or he wishes that she hadn't gone through it. Like, I'm so sorry to hear that kind of a thing. Not, I don't want to hear what you've been through and I don't want to hear what's on your mind. But it makes me like sad or angry at who hurt you to hear that they hurt you. It's not a problem to hear about it. He just doesn't like that she was mistreated. And so he's saying, I want to be your provider. And it doesn't necessarily mean financially at all. This can be like for those who dealt with narcissists or people who are emotionally unavailable, avoidant attachment or what have you, you end up being mentally and emotionally, even physically neglected in some cases. And so that is a form of provision to make sure somebody's nurtured in all of those ways. That has nothing to do with physicality or materialism. It can, absolutely. It can be all of it, but it's not just. This is a deeper, much deeper connection. For sure. I'm gonna go to bed soon. Anything else? Don't settle. They're just referencing partner you can build with, partner you can build with. Yeah, don't settle. There's a karmic male crying now. It didn't work. Oh, somebody's going back to a practitioner that they paid for spell work. I thought you said that. Oh, you thought your little Halloween spells would be extra effective. Oh, how much money did you blow? Oh. I'd be worried about that backfire if I were you. Can't relate. I'm so sorry. Shh. What else? You hear that too? I hear, I'm so sad for you. I don't want you to stay sad, but I do appreciate the empathy. I feel for my daughter, though. That shit was unnecessary. They traumatized the fuck out of her. In the process of trying to be spiteful to me. You piece of shit. Eventually, children grew up and figure out who the real fucking problem was. Just saying. And it won't take that long. She already knows something's off. She already knows something's off with their stories. You know how I know that? Because I've heard it from doctors and child protective services. She's still been asking to come home. After 6 years of kidnapping and cover-ups. We're closer to 7 now. Yeah, somebody says, holy shit, no wonder you're so traumatized. So this really is like an active, ongoing, yes, a hostage situation where they've been sodomizing my child and then forcing pills down her throat to shut her up. You're done. You are going to prison, though. But you're done. Somebody said, how long have they been doing that? The pills? Starting when she was like 5 years old. So, damaging brain development also. And then they complain when she's behind in things. After doing things that set children back and taking her out of the environment that advanced her in the first place. Which there is record of. Medical and otherwise, medical and school. From the day she was born. You know what her infant records also say? That he's a domestic abuser. In her medical records. By the doctor who delivered her. By the doctor who was my pediatrician growing up. Her name is Mary Dudzik. She's not around here anymore. She's in a different town, but she's a fantastic doctor. A lot of people lost a really good doctor when she had to leave, when she left. And it's because they weren't paying her enough. They were not paying her as much as her male peers, and she knew that because her husband was also a doctor at the same hospital. She should have been paid more than a lot of the men there. She was booked out sometimes 4 or 5 months at a time. She was so hard to get in with sometimes because she was that good. Everybody wanted her. She's a good lady. Good at what she does. Smart. She's so smart. She delivered her too. Rolled up her pant legs, and my daughter was born in a big hot tub. So she rolled up her pant legs and jumped in the tub with me. Hello. Trooper. I heard that your doctor got in the yeah. Right up to her knees at least. I heard that. How was she born? Peaceful. I was the problem because I wanted total honesty, and as soon as it's broken, it's yeah, right. Because then you can't trust anymore. Like when you can't trust somebody, you're constantly looking over your shoulder, constantly waiting for the next shoe to drop. Even when you do try to like work things out and like you forgive and you make amends, I'm like, even subconsciously, it's like, well, what's to stop them from doing that again or lying to me again? They didn't have a problem doing that in the first place, and you know they said they were not going to lie again, or they were ready to be a decent person or whatever. But what if that was another lie? Trust the overthinker who tells you that they love you, for they have most assuredly already thought of a million reasons not to. And don't fuck up that trust. Love you guys. Oh, she was. Oh. She had to smack her foot just for reflexes. Yeah. Cute. I love babies. Our children are our future. you know? I don't think it's raining. I think it's just very windy. Daddy hands. Oh, at the time? Take a nice walk. Go catch the sunrise. Get a nice cup of tea and get some fresh air. Coffee, whatever you want.
One more word and you won't survive. And I'm a nice skin of your stolen power. See right through you any hour. I will soothe your pain. I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. 'Cause I got nothing for you to gain.
I get it.
I'm taking
Ohio.
it slow, feeding my flame, shoveling the cards of your game, and just in time, in the right place, suddenly I will play my ace. I will soothe your pain. I will ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. I got nothing for you to gain. I stand fine. You're smarting my ways. Feeling getting forward my gaze. And just in time, in the right place, steadily emerging with grace.
Hi, baby. I know. I need a little space, dog. Just a minute. hopefully gonna get a little sleep. A couple of my nails popped off, so I think I'm going to do those too. When I wake up, do a little bit of extra productivity. I've got some projects I'm working on. It's baby. But yeah, I'll get a little bit of sleep first. It was worth it. Stayed up to combat the spell work. High Priestess with the moon. Greet the sun as the Empress. Hello. Soon. Bedtime soon. Not quite. I need a bit more flour. Also, I probably should... I know I didn't eat enough earlier. I'm not hungry though, so that's kind of a problem, but I know I didn't eat enough earlier. I don't feel it, but I definitely was being mindful of my rough caloric and nutritional intake. It wasn't enough. Not after not eating before. Ow. I hear this. I'll play these until I don't hear them. I didn't play this. This is automatic. Yeah, okay. This is pretty. I haven't heard this one yet. Well, this is how I find my music. By the way, it just happens organically. This artist started popping up on my Instagram a couple of months ago. Just little clips. Specifically, it was Eden. It was the clip of Eden. The chorus line. And I saved it. It was so good. I was like, what is this? And then I kept scrolling. And then the same song would start popping up. And then eventually it started showing up on my YouTube too. But I'm still finding music, new music. It's finding me. chills.
Build a website you love.
It's not how that works, mate. I don't influence people negatively or any way. I don't violate people's free will. If they play how they play, it's how they play. Learn to trust your intuition. Also, I'm not really a gambler. I'm not like that.
You were the bird. You were the burden. World on your shoulders, babe. So let me hold the weight. I know you're hurting. Deep is the coldest pain. This is the oldest saying. I'm gonna show you everything's alright. End of the tunnel, there is always light. You're in the middle of the darkest night. I know you're hurting, babe. Whenever you look at me with all your sad eyes, I'm gonna dry those sad eyes. I'll make you right, so don't cry. I'm gonna dry those sad eyes. I'll make you right. Under the street lights, you turned and said to me that you're no good for me. That was the first lie you've ever said to me. Oh, baby, honestly, I'm gonna show you everything's alright. End of the tunnel, there is always a light. You're in the middle of the darkest night. I know you're hurting, babe.
It's not wanting to.
Whenever you look at me with your so sad eyes, I'm gonna try those sad
Hold on.
eyes. I'll make you right, so don't cry. I'm gonna try those sad eyes. And baby, even when you're troubled, tears are falling. Darling, you should know you still look beautiful. Sad eyes,
It's still not wanting to register. I don't know why.
sad eyes. I'll make you right.
That was so strange. I don't know why.
Will be alright.
I guess I can't show you my pretty girl this morning. Maybe she wants her privacy.
Everything will be alright, I swear. Everything will be alright, I swear. No sad, I'm gonna try those sad. I'll make you right, so don't cry. I'm gonna try those sad. And baby, even when
You wanna burden the world on your shoulder, babe. So let me hold and wait.
I was became just a stoic statue fit for nobody. I don't wanna get in your way, but I finally think I can say
I can see you in my fate.
Can say for certain if maybe it's all just a game. When I open my eyes to the future, I can hear you say my name. So rain down on me. Rain down on me. Rain down on me. Rain down on me.
Just walk away, keep turning dust into nothing. Wash all the sorrow I keep getting the chills. I love it. Angel waves. All right.
For real.
I've got a few more things before I settle in for the night. I'm going to stretch and do some yoga and unwind in a minute, so feel free to join me. But in the meantime, somebody's mad. Why are you so mad? Don't be cranky. I need weed. And I don't know what's got its teeth. I don't know who's got his teeth in me. Oh, I know. And I'm about to bite back. In anger. I don't know what's got its teeth in me, but I'm about to bite back in anger. Because no sense of fury will bring back. And what I'm hearing clairaudiently is the freedom of innocence. I believe it's the glory of innocence. So when you hold little girls hostage and sexually assault them, for example, you are inhibiting their growth and restricting their freedom and trying to destroy their innocence. And sanctity and sovereignty. more. I just heard this one a little while ago in relation to something you said, Bri. I'm going to wrap it up pretty quickly here. And go get some sleep. That was a long night. I didn't think I'd stay here that long, but here we are.
She grew up around here on that southwest side where the corn grows up to the roadside. Went to high school here, got the Panther pride. She'll be cheering them on every Friday night.
No, I skipped my high school reunions, but okay.
She couldn't hide her beauty where the baseball cap couldn't help but shine with a heart like that. New York called when she turned 21, but she never forgot where she came from. How do you play little hometown girl with her up and down back, those waterfall curls? I've been looking all over the world for a pretty little hometown girl. Her mama's mom was born right here, and her roots run deeper than the old town square. She's a good girl, but she's not uptight. She can rise and shine.
She can hang all night. Please remember to pray, do no harm, take no crap, and I'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. Blessings and namaste.